What's up? What's up? Oh yeah. Alright. It's VTuber time, baby. I'm back. Doing some more Umineko today. So, real quick, the plan is to finish up episode 2, Umineko, and then I'm gonna go back to Chrono Trigger, probably Alundra and Bloodstained on the Switch. To finish up those 3, but since my time is limited on Twitch these days, since spring break is still in effect for a lot of states, I'm gonna be busy pretty much. So whenever I can jump on, I'll be doing Umineko until the end of the busy season, I guess. And it's gonna get real slow at work, and then I have more time to stream. So that's when I can get back into the games I'm not just reading, basically. Like, this is not really a game, it's a sound/visual novel, so it's not really something I'm playing, but it's something I do enjoy. So we'll be doing this when I just have these random ass streams. I don't have any set schedule right now, guys, as you know, but it's a lovely, lovely sound novel. Are you ready? No! I said, are you ready? Michael Buffer. I need to buff out my voice. There we go. There we go. More like it. Okay. Let's get it started up in here, guys. Give me a second. Starting up the game. Gotta start Steam first. This isn't a legit copy, guys. I bought this on Steam. No piracy here. RMATs. No piracy. I'm very legit. I'm a legit gamer. Change my scenes, actually. Big game. What's up, y'all? Hey, what's up? It's me. It's VTuber V. VTuber V. We're back in the world of Rokenjima, guys. Let me take off this playlist too. There you go. We don't need that thing. Alright, we ended up last time on day 3. I'm not even sure, dude. That stream was fucking an aborted mess. Ended up being AFK for like hours. Some shit went down midstream. I couldn't come back to it. And totally forgot about it and like, oh shit, I'm still running. I'm still live. So you might have noticed some like 3 hours of just white noise last stream. That was day 3. Day 4 is a whole new thing now. So, oh, what the fuck am I doing? I'm starting a new game? No. Let's go back to the system here, guys. What the fuck happened? Didn't load anything. Let me see. It was the 14th, I believe, right? No. It was 29th. It was 29th. Okay, yeah. We were at the point where it looked like Kanon was going to be a little bitch. Kiss Beatrice's foot. Make sure I'm not covering any dialogue up. There you go. Yeah. See, Kanon's being a bitch. He might or might not kiss Beatrice's boot to spare Shannon some, like, I don't know what the hell she's threatening. She's threatening, I guess, to make George fall out of love with him or something like that. I don't know. But Kanon's being all fucking triggered. And he's like, maybe I should kiss her foot just so I can make sure Shannon doesn't get, victimized by this witch. Which is a stupid idea, but, it's Kanon. Kanon's stupid in general, so. Let his quivering lips actually touch the witch's shoe. So he did it. Beatrice let out that look of ecstasy. rise to her face, then laughed with a voice filled to bursting. That moment, the witch, who had grown bored of life after 1,000 years, was completely filled with the evil emotion that she lived for. Had any qualms about thinking she's evil? She's definitely evil. At least in this scene, right? When lunch ended, the relatives moved to the parlor. Rosa had a high-class brand of black tea from a famous store in Ginza that had been served, and the parlor is filled with the pleasant aroma. Aroma of death. The pleasant aroma of death. Since the children were there, too, the adults tried to interact with like normal relatives on the surface, talking peacefully about recent events and how their children were growing up. It had started raining, so the children couldn't do anything but sit here like this, watching TV, unable to go inside. Welcome to the 80s, guys. When it's raining, all you do is watch TV. Can't be on your phones. Nowadays, kids do. Whenever there's a family gathering, pretty much 90% of the time, kids are on their phones. Or switches, whatever, you know. Not interacting either way. Back in the day, it was TV, though. I mean, back in the day, definitely had the TV to distract kids. But before 80s, before the modern era, people actually talk to each other, right? in their family. You got, like, grandpa telling stories and shit that everybody's passing down from generations and generations. You don't get that today. I mean, I doubt most people know anything about their grandparents in today's society, like, right? They don't even care to think about what happened to their grandparents. Otherwise, you know, people wouldn't be so fucked up as they are today. Just read this random Twitter thread and just see how little respect, I should say, people have for the past nowadays. Why? Social media. I'm just saying. I'm just putting it out there. It's fucking true, 100%, guys. You can quote me on that. Maria was apparently a TV kid. Of course. She had no mom at home. Why wouldn't she be? She kept watching boring daytime program without getting bored, giggling all by herself. Wow, it sucks. First battler joined in, seeming to deepen his relationship with Miria. But he had gotten up early that morning and was gradually hit by a wave of drowsiness. Sleep is for the weak, battler.
Oh yeah. 大きなあくびだね。朝がずいぶん早かったんじゃないのかい？
ま、緊張が解けて、雨の音を聞いてるうちに眠くなってきちまった。
緊張？あんだけ態度でかそうにしてて、緊張なんてしてたのかよ。
一応、俺なりにはな。
That's a nice yawn. Battler gave another great yawn and slowly lay down on the sofa. He really did look tired. I'm in Battler's voice now. Fuck Kanon. I don't see Kanon in this scene. George and the others had tried talking to him, thinking it was a sign of boredom, but when they realized he was really sleepy, they decided to let him be.
おやおや。食事の後にすぐ横になるとサバになると申しますよ。
Fucking mackerel shit. See, if you didn't know, guys, in episode 1, she talked about mackerel for like every other line she had, and that's her gimmick. She talks about mackerel, and does that fucking creepy laugh every time. You'll be seeing that a couple times.
冗談よせやい。ゴーダさん、今夜は子牛のステーキだって言ってたぜ。サバのステーキになっちまう。
Doesn't sound that bad.
熊沢さん、こいつ本当に眠いらしい。毛布を持ってきてあげてくれないかな。
さあ、どうぞ。
Kumasawa brought a blanket over from the shelf. The large parlor wasn't cold, but the air had gotten a little chilly. So when Battler took the blanket, he immediately wrapped himself up in it like a turtle. Like Raphael, the best
本
turtle.
当に眠かったんだね。
Fight me. Raphael's the best.
何時かに起きる？起こしてあげるよ。
あ、いや、特に希望は。なんか用があったら起こしてくれりゃいいし、なんにもねえんならずっと眠らせてくれりゃいいぜ。おやすみ。
And Battler's a redhead, so of course he's Raphael. He's got the red thing going on.
バトラー寝ちゃうの？お昼寝マリアもする。こらマリア、バトラーは眠いんだから放っておいてあげなきゃ。熊沢さん、もう一枚毛布をもらえるかな。
Yeah, stop screaming. Ooh, I'm trying to sleep, bitch. It was doubtful whether Maria really wanted to take a nap. She probably saw Battler wrapped up in a blanket and went to do the same. I'm a trendsetter. When she received the blanket from Kumasawa, she joyfully wrapped herself up in it and set up camp again in front of the TV.
ちぇ、せっかく6年ぶりにいとこがみんな揃ったってのによ。こいつ、今回の親族会議の主賓だって自覚全。
聞こえてるぞ。
He's still up.
のんびり昼飯を食って、しかも外は台風で雨。
Yeah, how can you not go to sleep in this situation? Rain's pattering against the windows. I'd be falling asleep after a fucking dinner. Just like Battler. Or so say in Japanese, Battler. Battler.
何もすることがねえってことは、つまり、俺の出番じゃねえってことさ。
それはどうかな。何も起こらないから何もしないなんて受け身の姿勢じゃ人生は退屈だよ。
Alright, boring
違う
ass.
ぜ。そういう意味じゃない。
You're the pot calling the kettle black, Mr. fucking boring ass Beato George. Fuck you talking
な
to?
んつうのかな。こういう時、俺はこう思うことにしてる。出番じゃねえんだよ。こいつがお芝居だったならさ、俺の出番じゃねえってことなんだよ。だったら、舞台袖でおとなしくしてるに限るってわけさ。
自分の人生はいつだって自分が主人公だろ。
That's what narcissists think.
そんな脇役根性でどうすんだよ。自分から進んで舞台に上がらなきゃ。
そういう意味じゃねえ。
Okay, Ayn Rand. AKA Jessica.
今
Okay,
は
Ayn
俺の
Rand.
出番じゃねえって言いたいのさ。悪いな。眠くて思考がめちゃくちゃだ。勘弁してくれ。
Cause I sure need one. Give me a break, yeah, yeah. Munya, munya, munya.
確かに眠くてなんだか支離滅裂なことを言ってるね。
Fuck you, George.
もうそっとしてあげようよ。
私は聞き捨てならねえぜ。自分の人生はいつだって自分が主人公だよ。ちょっとそのあたり本格的にバトラーと議論したいけどな。
寝ぼけてるだけだよ。深く考えちゃダメさ。
なんかさ、自分は主役になれないから舞台に上がりたくないみたいな根性、なぜだかすっげえうぜえって思って。
So that's the lead singer in a fucking band, right? Of course she's not going to agree with that. With distant eyes, Jessica gazed out the window at the gray rose garden, obscured by rain. When she put her forehead up against glass, the pleasantly cool sensation seemed to chase away memories she was trying to forget.
まだ君の出番じゃなかったってことなのかい。じゃあいつ君は舞台に上がるんだよ。
Obviously referring to Kanon. In that case, who the heck is the main character on this stage?
もうやりたい放題じゃねえかよ。 なんだこりゃあよ。めちゃくちゃじゃねえか。
そなたがわらわを否定する根拠とする18人だの19人だのという理論が実に滑稽だったのでな。指し手を変えてみたまでよ。そなたがわらわを否定する最大の根拠は単にわらわが駒としてゲーム版に並ばなかったからというだけのこと。
So the difference between episode 1 and 2, basically, you never saw Beatrice in episode 1. You only heard rumors about her, and the murders happened, and everybody was saying, oh, it was Beatrice, but they never saw her. Nobody ever clocked her, really. Now this episode 2, you got Shannon talking to her, Kanon talking to her, Maria talking to her, Rosa talking to her. Everybody's seen her, pretty much. Kyrie saw her. Genji saw her, right? So she's definitely on the island. Somebody's seeing her, so... You know, half the people here pretty much have seen her. So now that means that's the 19th person. So now Battler has some thinking to do. Like, okay, well, people have seen her. There's only two options here. She's actually the 19th person, or else somebody is dressing up as her. And there's still only 18 people here. So if he thinks there's still 18 people here, then somebody's pretending to be her, and he has to explain who and why and how. Pretty much, they're doing that shit.
ならばこうしてクイーンを先に指せばいいだけの話ではないか。初手にてクイーンに道を開けるはチェスの王道ではないか。
ふざけやがって。こんなの認められるわけねえじゃねえかよ。魔女が歩いて玄関からやってきただと。ふざけるんじゃねえ。
なんだなんだ。前回のゲームではそなたに散々自由に手を進めさせたぞ。こたびはわらわがそなたの手に合わせて駒を動かしたに過ぎん。
くそったれ。ふざけるな。誰が降参なんかするかってんだ。上等な指し手だぜ。好きに進めればいいじゃねえか。なるほどな。まだまだお前の手番は終わってないってわけだ。好きに手を進めりゃいい。今のうちに十分な陣形を築いとく。俺が必ずしのぐ。必ず詰める。言い訳なんてされたくねえ。存分に来やがるってんだ。まだまだこの程度じゃ魔女なんて認められるわけがねえぜ。そうさ。さっきマリアのお菓子を魔法で直したように見えたが、実は同じお菓子をもう一つ懐に忍ばせていて、芝居がかった方法ですり替えて、
That's pretty much exactly
あた
what
か
happened.
魔法で直したみたいに見せた
If
だ
you
け
don't
かも
believe
し
in
れ
magic,
ない。
I would say.
ああ、そうさ、そうに決まってる。ダメだぜ。全然ダメだぜ。
全然ダメだね。That's his gimmick saying.
ローザは歌詞が蝶に散る瞬間を見たぞ。
You know what Rosa saw. So I'll explain something here real quick. It's slightly a spoiler, so if you don't want to listen to this, turn your volume down for approximately 30 seconds. But Rosa saw something, basically. It looked like it was magic, right? We're getting Rosa's, are we actually getting Rosa's, you know, eyewitness account here, or are we getting somebody that's now dead's account? Okay, think about that. When we got the message bottle at the end, written by quote-unquote Maria, Ushiromiya, everybody's dead, you know? So there's nobody there to tell the story. So anybody can make up any story they want and say, oh yeah, Rosa saw the fucking butterflies, and that's proof of magic. You don't have Rosa's first-hand account of this shit. You don't know what Rosa saw, because she's now dead. She can't confirm or deny whatever the fuck she saw. So you can say she saw anything, basically, and that's what Beatrice is doing. So there's no proof, even though Rosa saw Beatrice as a witch and the golden butterflies, there's no proof that she actually did see that. That's just her interpretation of what happened. Alright, and spoiler. So, I mean, that's pretty much, I kind of like laid out some truth for you guys there. That's the way you need to be thinking about these episodes here. As far as who saw what, who can prove what, who can account for what. Think about the shit I just said. Like, there's proof on shows like Law and Order and CSI, all that shit. And then there's the shit they present in this visual novel. You can't really call most of the things you see as evidence. You can argue, just like what Beatrice and Bad Litter are doing right now, but you can't prove anything with the quote-unquote evidence that either Beatrice or Battler use in this chess game.
知らねえよ。そんなのは幻覚か手品か。さもなきゃ見間違いだろ。大した問題じゃねえ。
It's kind of a weak rebuttal.
説明のつかぬ部分はさまつと切り捨てたか。なるほど、それがそなたの受け手であるな。墓穴を掘ったぞ、後宮バトラー。
バトラー。
お前の手番はまだ先だぞ。もうしばらくわらわの手番を進めさせてもらう。まだまだこれからだぞ、魔女の手番は。
He's about to lambaste this boy. He can't argue so bad. When they started hearing Battler's snores, the relatives went their separate ways, leaving the parlor and letting Battler sleep in silence. Even though it had been so lively in the parlor with so many people gathered there, when all of them scattered at once and were swallowed up by the vast mansion, it created an eerie silence with no sound except that of the rain. The eerie rain. It's a little quiet. A little too quiet.
そんな人間には一度も会ったことはないぜ、姉貴は。
会ったことなんてないわ。キリエさん、本当なの？
私もちょっと玄関ホールに出た時に挨拶をしただけです。20歳ちょっとくらいに見えたわ。私は名乗ったんだけど、彼女は名乗らなかった。源氏さんに案内されて2階へ登っていくのを見たの。
なら源氏さんを見つけて直接話を聞いた方が早いやろ。しかし妙な雲行きになってきよったな。
The mystery woman had spoken to Kyrie. Without naming herself, she sneered that Kyrie should have had a vague idea as to her identity. That brought someone to mind. And then there was her look-alike, the witch in the portrait. So, again, for some reason, the portrait's changed to a schoolgirl version of Beatrice. That will be explained.
そいつは自分が肖像画の魔女様だとそう言いたいってのかよ。
私はそういう意味で笑ったんだろうと理解したわ。私とは初対面でも私があなたの5歳だと知っているような口ぶりだった。
姉貴、本当にそんな奴は知らないんだな。
くどいわよ、そんな金髪女。この屋敷に出入りしたところなんて見たこともない。
そんなようなことはどうでもええで。問題はその女が自分はベアトリーチェだと名乗り、お父さんの財産管理人を名乗った場合のものや。
Right, Hideyoshi? We don't care about magic or witches. We care about the fucking money we're trying to get. The blood we're trying to suck from, Kinzo or Ushiromiya.
あるいは愛人の娘を自称して遺産の分配を要求するつもりかしら。
I mean, if she was born before everybody else, she is entitled.
いずれにせよとんでもないジョーカーが紛れ込んだものね。兄さんが呼んだの？それともお父様が？
まずいな。俺たちは 兄貴をうまく言いくるめりゃなんとかできるものと思ってきた。しかしこれじゃ話が振り出しに戻っちまう。
Love sound novels. Ooh, I should have put on ASMR. Let me do that right now. Give me a second, guys. Technically, this is ASMR. It's a sound novel. It works. Sweet. There we go. It's not going to count for, I guess it might count for people trying to search for me right now. Oh well. You know I don't care about my popularity. If your guys are lurking in my streams, you already know. I don't really care about how many viewers I have. I just play games to have fun. If I'm online, it's because I had some free time basically, and I'm gonna be playing a game with my free time. And hey, I figured it'd be fun to share that shit with on Twitch. There's no delusions of trying to be a streamer like Ludwig or something like that with 10k viewers every day or something like that. It's never gonna happen in my case, probably. I'm not gonna say never, but it's very unlikely for that to happen.
あなたが私の知らないところ
So
で
I just have fun with it.
どんな策謀を巡らしてたのか知らないけれど、どうも少しは対策を立てる時間を得られたみたいね。
ああ、その金髪姉ちゃんが晩飯の席で突然現れて俺らの度肝を抜くのに比べたら、今からわずかの時間でも対策を協議できる方がマシだ。
何しに現れたかわからへん以上、撃てる対策も限られとるで。
Combo breaker. Counter.
決まってるでしょ。お父様の遺産の正当な後継者だと言い張るためよ。お父様は未だにベアトリーチェの虜なのよ。その娘がいたなら全財産を譲りたいと言い出すはずだわ。妙な遺言状でも突きつけてくるかもしれない。そりゃ裁判沙汰にすれば半分の4分の1は主張できるかもしれないけど、多分決着するまで遺産分割はできなくなるわよ。それは困る。私もルドルフも。
Rudolph the red-nosed fucker?
もちろんローザもね。
俺たちは
What the fuck is Rosa at? She hasn't talked once. Is she in this room? What the fuck are you, Rosa?
俺たち最大のウィークポイントってわけだ。
Weak point.
なら狙いは何だ。
That's the music, dude.
読めるか。
Kyrie and Eva are the two smartest people in this room right now. The guys are fucking dumb as rocks. Rosa's fucking got a black heart. Likes to beat her kid. But it's the Kyrie and Eva show right now, as far as brainstorming about what to fucking do about Beatrice.
初耳なんだけれど、私たちには急ぎまとまったお金が必要だという前提があるのね。
Oh, she didn't know Rudolph's in trouble. He never told her.
キリエさん、男の商売には攻めの時にこそ
Okay, thanks for mansplaining, Hideyoshi. In a man's business world, Kyrie-san, let me teach you. Sometimes you need money to buy shit. Kyrie, because you're not a man, you wouldn't know that. Like, come on, Hideyoshi. Please understand. What the fuck, dude? Let me get this guy slapped.
何ルドルフ。キリエさんには話してなかったの。
Let me borrow that fan for a second, even, so I can slap your fucking husband's mustache off his face. This fucking condescending comment right there.
隠してたわけじゃないんだ。実はちょいとした。
いいわ。あなたが私に話す必要がないと判断した話なんだから。
Look at her with the eyes closed, like, oh, I'm gonna be passively aggressively judging your ass from now on. You're gonna sleep on the couch tonight, buddy.
それをこの場では追求しない。
I won't press you about it right here, but I'll press you when everybody else is gone. You know that. You know that's true.
それより急務は黄金の魔女様の狙いを探ることなんでしょ。
Ready to get pressed into the doghouse tonight, boy.
俺たちの話を整理した上で
in the reindeer house.
敵の撃ってくる手が見えるか。
Rudolf had a certain measure of trust in Kyrie's unique thinking technique, chessboard thinking. Of course, it didn't give him any more peace of mind than fortune telling. Every time Rudolf was polishing up some important strategy, he gave a great deal of thought to Kyrie's advice. You turn that chessboard around, baby. For a while, Kyrie pressed her finger against her forehead, considering. Like they do in anime all the time.
今日の今日まで彼女が訪れることが伏せられていた以上、彼女は私たちに何らかのサプライズを与える目的があった。それが財産なのか、親族としての認知なのかは分かりかねるわ。でも今日の今日まで訪れることを伏せていたということは、事前に知らせることで対応を打たれたくなかったと言えるかもしれない。ということは、彼女の目的は対応を打たれると不利になるものらしい。わかる？
なるほどな。例えば親父が以前に書かせた遺言状そのものだとか、血縁の認知とそれを証明できるものだとか、それが揺るぎないもので盤石な証拠だというなら、むしろそれは予告するはずだろうよ。
そうね。むしろ疑う立場にある私たちに弁護士でも鑑定士でも連れてこさせて、グーの音も出ないくらいに事実を突きつけるべきなのよ。それができるならね。
I don't know why they show Kyrie there. That was Eva talking, by the way. But okay.
つまり奇襲狙いという時点で敵は真正面からの正攻法では勝てんちゅうことを意味するわけやな。道理や。絶対勝てる切り札は堂々と切るに限るで。回りくどい切り方はむしろ切り札を曇らせるもんや。
Playing in a roundabout way, you're gonna be Phoenix right.
結論から言うと、皆さんがご就寝の遺産問題に直接、もしくは間接的に絡む相当のサプライズが突きつけられると予想されるわね。
I don't think the surprise she's thinking of is gonna be the surprise she's gonna get. As in 6 people are gonna get their fucking throats slit.
おそらく向こうはそのインパクトだけでこちらを圧倒できるつもりで。
I don't see Rosa in this room though. I don't see her talking once, so I don't know if it's 6 people in the room right now.
しかし、その何かは相当のインパクトを伴いながらも絶対ではない。
つまりそこがこちらのつけ込む余地というわけね。
あんたはほんま頭の切れるお人や。これだけでも分かればだいぶ心強いで。つまり相手のペースに飲み込まれるなっちゅうことやな。
Can't wait to do Hideyoshi's accent. I haven't had a chance to do any. I don't know. What the fuck was that? Did you see my avatar there? Avatar was like gritting his teeth. Why is it doing that? Yeah, there it is in. Hey. That's pretty accurate. I like that. But I like to do Hideyoshi's voice whenever he has any point of view narration. I don't know when that's going to be. It might be in this episode. It's probably going to be, if I remember correctly, episode 4. We'll have some inner voice moments that I can talk about. But this is the way I've been doing the Let's Read so far. Anybody that has a point of view narration, this is probably going to be a Rosa mostly. Rosa and Battler, and maybe a little bit of George and Jessica, Kanon and Shannon. And I think that's it. Like, nobody else will be really in the point of view for the rest of this episode. Right now, I think it's probably Kyrie or Rudolf who I could probably read for as far as narration goes, but that's not going to last too long. And it really doesn't really matter. It could be any one of these 5 people who are talking. Hideyoshi, Eva, Rudolf, Kyrie, or Rosa, who doesn't even talk. So there might not even be 5 people here. There might be just 4 people. I'm not sure.
結局のところ非常にシンプルな
Pretty
結
sure
論。
Rosa's here in this room.
相手が何を切
If
り
I
出
see
そ
her
うと
do
も
any dialogue, I'll
焦ら
start
ず冷
using
静
her
に
point of view
対
though.
応する。
Because, like I said, she's gonna be doing most of the shit in this episode.
交渉術の初歩の初歩じゃない。これじゃあ相手の思考を読めたとはとても言えないわ。
Nice. He's smart, dude.
いいや、相変わらずなかなかのもんだぜ。こちらに攻める余地があると分かれば余裕も変わってくるってもんだ。
わからないのは彼女とクラウス兄さんの関係ね。クラウス兄さんにとってもサプライズなのか、それとも彼女を呼んだのは他でもないクラウス兄さん自身なのか。
I know how she's connected to Kraus. To say what and how is a spoiler. Can't do
も
it.
し後者だったなら随分と厄介なことになるかもしれないわよ。
そうね。謎の女を親族会議の当日にこっそり呼びつける。いやらしいセンスがどことなく兄さんっぽい感じもする。
He does.
兄貴、
He's desperate
こうしよ
enough.
う。女の正体がはっきりと証明できない限り、俺らはその女のいかなる身分も認めない。
それが最善ね。現にキリエさんに対して名乗ってすらいない。正体不明の女の発言で私たちの会議がかき回されちゃたまらないわ。
血縁証明でも示してみせるかもしれんで。お父さんの血が流れてることが例えば母子手帳でも示されたらどうにもならん。
Are there such things as maternity record documents? Really?
証明物なんか
I
いく
thought
ら
it
で
was
も
just
偽装を
paternity
疑
records.
える。
You get a test because you know if you come out of a fucking woman, that's your mother, right? It's pretty much plain as day. Like you'd have witnesses and shit, the doctor who fucking operated on you and shit, or midwife, whatever it is. Like there's no fucking doubt who the mother is, right? You need to have the test for the paternity, not for the maternity. I'm sorry, I never had heard of that phrase before ever.
仮にそれが本物だったとしても、当人が本人だと証明するには病院沙汰にしなきゃならん。
We're talking about the relative of Kinzo, not the Kinzo's mistress anyway. So why would you need a maternity record in the first place? It's not gonna prove shit. It doesn't prove that she's Kinzo's daughter, right? It just proves who her mother is. So who the fuck cares? She could be a mistress of somebody else, not Kinzo. You never know who the fuck that is, unless it's a paternity test. What the fuck is he talking about? He just threw me for a loop.
少なくとも今のロッキン島でそれを証明することは不可能だ。
その通りね。つまりこういうことよ。今の六軒島では何が示されても真実だと受け入れることは
This
で
is
き
what I was
ない
saying before, guys. When I was talking about, turn your volumes down, it's gonna be a spoiler. But she went ahead and said it. Everything you're being shown here, you can't accept it as truth. And there are reasons why, but for the most part, you saw what happened in episode 1, and it was a totally different sequence of events. That sequence of events is just as valid as the sequence of events that's happening in episode 2. With all the witches and the magic and shit like that's going on, it's still just as valid. Who knows which version is the truth or not? There's elements of the truth in all of these episodes. There's hints here and there of what is true and what is not. But you can't accept everything as a truth or as evidence, even though somebody witnessed magic or fucking witchcraft happening right in front of their faces. That's not proof, alright? So you can't accept everything that you see as true. That's what I was saying before.
台風が去
It's not
っ
really
て
a spoiler, it's just
し
like
かる
common
べ
sense
き
kind
場
of
所で
thing.
証明して
A
み
lot of
せる
people
まで
will just take this
何
shit
も
as
信
face
じら
value.
れないってことよ。
It's just, like I said, Eva's the best. She just tells you what the fuck to believe right there. She's right. She's 100% right.
そういうので上げ足を取りまくるのは姉貴の得意技だな。任せるぜ。
I kind of dislike how Rudolf calls all of his siblings Aneke for sister and Aniki for brother. He doesn't use their name. He just says Aniki, Aniki. It's kind of cold and distant, isn't it? I just kind of put that in the back of your cap. He's kind of a distant to his siblings and his daddy for some reason.
バカ言ってんじゃないわよ。あんたも協力するのよ。私たちにはお金がいる。それも急ぎまとまった額が。
Gotta have that money.
私たちは運命共同体よ。こんなところでひょっこり現れた謎の女に遺産の当てをぶち壊されてたまるもんですか。
Get your hands off that mun, witch. That's our mun. Rudolf and Eva always formed a united front as siblings at times like this, sickened by the idea that their own inheritance might be snatched away by an outsider. Kyrie noticed how indomitable they seemed. Shook her head slightly and gave a small sigh as she gazed out the window. Kyrie is not having that touch. Outside it was still raining heavily and everything was gray, having lost all its vibrance. The lush garden that the sun had shone on earlier now felt like a lie. For some reason the words Eva said a second ago kept repeating in Kyrie's head. This is Kyrie talking, okay, my bad. So like in other words, it's something like this. No matter what's shown to us on the Rokunjima, it can't be accepted as truth. There's an odd nuance to those words. At that moment the island was closed off by the typhoon and isolated. They had access to no public institutions and no hospital. So on this island, no matter what manner of proof related to the outside world was shown, it would always be possible to call it a lie. So that's another aspect of why you can't believe everything. If everybody dies on this island, the shit that goes down is all hearsay, basically. If somebody survives, for instance, and they're like, oh, this is what happened on the island, but I'm the only survivor, are you gonna believe them? Or are you gonna say, man, this person just killed all these other fucking people and just created a story, right? You don't have fucking proof one to dispute anything they say because they're the only survivor. The winner gets to create history, right? The saying in war, and just the same thing that goes right here. Whoever fucking survives gets to fashion any kind of fucking truth they want. And that's the actual truth, because nobody else can prove anything else. So you can't prove anything, basically. You can't say any of this shit that's being shown or being told by Beatrice, as far as his chessboard goes, is the truth. It can be possible to always call it a lie. That's the point we're making here. It would be impossible to prove that something was the truth. Now that they were isolated from the outside, all those truths whose proofs lay in the outside world would be called lies. So does that mean that right now on this Rokunjima, no truth exists at all? Yes, it does. Does it mean that everything would now be ruled by lies alone? It almost gives the illusion that we've left the human world of truth and have been shut away inside another world, one of lies. Kyrie remembered that woman's appearance one more time. She remembered both what she had looked like and the witch of the portrait. On this island, which has been cut off from the world of humans and shut away in the world of non-humans, a non-human being has come to visit. Kyrie couldn't think of the smile that had appeared on this woman's face as anything other than a portent of misfortune. I get the feeling my chessboard's thinkings missed a vital premise, one that'll be necessary to understand that misfortune-bearing smile. Yes, that smile made me feel as though someone inhuman was mocking me. I based my reasoning on the assumption that our opponent is a human like us. However, just like this island is now, she may be a being that isn't human, and human values may not matter to her. That's true. All of our reasoning is useless. For what reason has the witch been invited here today? Only one thing is certain. Now in this instant, she's staying somewhere in this vast mansion, laughing at us. So Kyrie is going through it, mentally breakdown, because she knows that none of her logic's gonna fucking work against this fucking, if he's magical, this witch. And then look again at the portrait here. She doesn't have the fucking schoolgirl outfit anymore. So kind of ask yourself why that is, real quick, guys. No, it's not an error, graphical error. That's the way it's supposed to be. There's Rosa. She wasn't in the fucking adult's room. Okay. So even Rosa's not even fucking believing what she saw. Like, who the fuck was that? She told you who she was. It's Beatrice.
おお。何度も言ってる。ベアトリーチェ。
You know who it was?
マリアは以前にベアトリーチェと会ったことがあるの？
Yes, she did.
おお。毎年会ってる。
Exactly. Uh-oh. Got that creepy ass music now. We just wanna fucking start doing creepy things. Time for a beer.
おお。
じゃわからないでしょ。そうなの？
Use your words. Don't say ooh. So you just put an M on the end of ooh, and that's an actual word now in Japan. Instead of ooh, it's Okay.
何年前から？
おお、わかんない。
わからない？どうして？去年？一昨年？
もっと前から。
All of a sudden, Rosa's interested in her daughter now, right?
おお。
When it's fucking life or death. Rosa was astonished. Only the Ushiromiya family mansion existed on this island. There couldn't have been any humans other than themselves here. And yet Maria had said she had been meeting with this suspicious woman every year during the family conference. I said, goddamn. If what Maria had said was the truth, then that strange woman called Beatrice had been at the family conference every year. Rosa's southern, by the way. That is insane. Insanity. Is Maria saying that the airy woman was at the family conference every year, and none of us had noticed it? But that, even though Rosa had just met the woman herself a couple hours ago in the rose garden, she was overcome with a strange emotion that told her not to accept that existence. What in the world did I meet with earlier today in that rose garden, as the typhoons grew near and the winds roared? What in the world?
あなたは毎年彼女と会ってると言ったわね。会って何をしてるの？
お歌を歌ったり、魔法を習ったり。
You sing witch songs, learn witch magic.
魔法陣の書き方も習うの。
Witch magic circles.
そう。
How does she not know about this shit? She's a mother. How the fuck did she not know about it? Was he fucking just letting her go wild? Oh, I guess she was, right? She left her home for fucking a week while she fucking went to the vacation with their fucking boy toy. So that's, I mean, that's par for the course, right?
マリアがよく自由帳に落書き。
No, okay, she kind of remembers a little bit.
魔法
Okay.
陣を書いたりしてるわよね。
At least that's one thing she knows about her,
それ
right?
も彼女に教えてもらったの。
Maybe you should have asked this before.
ベアトリーチェにね、お手本書いてもらうの。ほらほら、見て見て。
Maria joyfully fished around in her handbag. Then she drew out a single notebook and began opening it to that page. Most of the pages were covered with drawings that were literally scribbles. All of them were cult-like things. And while it might seem rude to Maria, who was joyfully flipping through the pages, they were all creepy occult motherfucking shit.
ほらこれ。ベアトリーチェが書いてくれた。
Ooh. Yeah, this is a bad mother, letting her kid draw shit like this, and she didn't know until right now. Like, come on, Rosa, what the fuck? Where you been? Where you been? Each one of the pages in the group Maria opened to had an error magic circle. Furthermore, I'm a failure as a mother, and at a glance, Rosa could see that Maria hadn't drawn them. The strength of the strokes, the thickness of the lines, how clean the shape was. By itself, it wasn't enough to guess the background of the person who had written it, but it was enough for Rosa to be sure that it was someone older than Maria. Rosa had to accept it now. There really was a person on this broken demon island that she herself hadn't known existed until now. And this person had come to the family conference every year to play with Maria.
マリア、その魔女のベアトリーチェはここに住んでいるの？それとも私たちのように島の外に住んでいるの？
おう、ベアトリーチェは六軒島の魔女だからこの島に住んでる。
親族会議のない日にこの島にいるというのね。ふうじゃわからないでしょ。
Calm the fuck down.
どれろ。
What in the? I can't believe it. I can't believe it. How long has this unknown witch been living on this island? I used to live on this island. I lived on this island passing the time in the mansion in the Rose Garden. That's why my name is Rosa. Even so, I never encountered a witch like that, right? Didn't you, Rosa? So Rosa's not telling us the whole story, and you're not gonna get that until the answer arcs. For some reason, she doesn't tell the whole story. Maybe because the person who's telling the story right now didn't know what Rosa knows. And that's probably the biggest clue that these episodes are all in the eye of the beholder. The person who's telling the story. That's the only reason why Rosa's not really being Rosa in this very instant. Most other things Rosa's doing in this episode, it's really Rosa, but like in this point right here, this is not truly Rosa talking. I'll just give you that spoiler real quick. Because she would know something about Beatrice if it's really real Rosa. And it's not. Unless she says something else. Let's see. She might say something else.
Mama? Mama? どうしたの? Mama? 頭が痛い.
Oh, okay, maybe not. Okay, so she might actually talk about the thing I was just talking about. I was probably getting a little mixed up in my memories from when I was a young girl. When I was young, I was terrified of the witch, unlike Maria. So for me, the name Beatrice was a synonym for terror. Surely my fear from those days had been revived by the appearance of a woman going by that name. She can't be a witch. She's obviously a human calling herself Beatrice, right? That's right. That witch entrusted me with an envelope. What in the world could that be? Rosa pulled that western envelope out of her pocket. It was one of the envelopes that bore the Ushiromiya family crest, which Kinzo used for his personal letters, and its red sealing wax had been even sealed by the head's ring, which Kinzo had held. Which meant this envelope belonged to the Ushiromiya family head. In other words, it was from father. Why was a woman calling herself Beatrice holding it, and why did she give it to me? That's right. I'm sure she said to read this aloud at dinner. At supper. What in the world could be written inside? A sense of uncertainty gripped Rosa, as if opening this envelope might lose the incredible misfortune. However, at the same time, a little curiosity sprouted up too, urging her to find out what was written inside before the other siblings could. I don't open that shit up now. Using common sense, one might guess that it contained a huge decision somehow related to father's inheritance. Actually, since she proceeded from a woman who called herself Beatrice, there simply had to be some connection. Doesn't mean this person wants not just the 4, but a total of 5 people to be included in the inheritance. I needed a large sum of money, and I can't wait long. I feel like such a sinful daughter for discussing father's inheritance when he's still alive. But this is no time to spout off cheap ideals. I mean, you're not in bad company, I guess. All the other siblings are doing the same thing. At least you feel guilty about it. They don't seem to feel 1 ounce of guilt. So, at least Rosa is better than them. Even though she's a, poor fucking mother. And I even colluded with Rudolf Nissan and Eva Nissan in order to get some money out of Kraus Nissan. Coming from that position, I can't help but see the appearance of the witch as a sign of approaching misfortune. What could be written in here? I'm sure it's something frightening. Shall I read it secretly myself then, first? Maybe we shall. The witch requested that it be read at the dinner table, but everyone gathered for supper. But if that's what she wanted, why couldn't she just read it aloud to herself at dinner? That's a good question, Rosa. Why couldn't she read it her fucking self, if she exists? Why did she go to all the trouble of entrusting it to me? Simply put, it is because she didn't mind if I read it secretly beforehand. I hope it's not a poison letter, right? You open it up, it fucking sprays poison in your fucking face, or anthrax, or whatever. That could happen. With a fucking witch. It'd be better to secretly read the contents first. I understand that that'd mean breaking my promise to a witch. Well, this is no longer the time for cheap ideals. Depending on the contents, I should probably discuss it with Eva Nissan and Rudolf Nissan too. They're always good thinkers when it comes to this kind of thing. When I gulped and I put my hand to the red sealing wax, something suddenly pulled on my sleeve and let out a small scream. Ah!
Nani?
Nani?
マリアなの。驚かせないで。何？
Don't break your promise to the witch, baby. Don't do it.
おー、ダメ。
In Maria's expression, it was the same portent of misfortune she felt from that witch, and it sent a tingle up her spine.
ベアトリーチェはママに、その手紙は晩餐で読みなさいって言った。魔女の約束は破っちゃダメだよ。
Exactly.
違うわよ。ちょっと封筒を見ただけじゃない。約束は守るわよ。ママもいつもマリアに約束は守りなさいって言ってるもんね。
Okay.
ママはいい子。
Mom's a good girl.
その笑い方。
I like this little reversal that Maria's pulling on her mom. Usually it's Rosa over there kind of scolding Maria for breaking her promises and shit. Now it's Maria doing the same. I love it.
可愛くないからやめなさい。おー。そういえばマリアも封筒をもらったわよね。中にはなんて書いてあったの？
Well, she didn't read it.
開けてない。
Duh.
ベアトリーチェは開ける時が来るまで開けちゃダメって言った。だから大事に持ってる。そう。マリアはベアトリーチェの言うことはちゃんと聞くのね。
Better than the mom, right?
マリアはベアトリーチェの弟子だからお師匠の言うことはちゃんと聞くの。そう。
Rosa realized something, mixing with Maria's gaze with a glint of someone that wasn't her. If Rosa broke the rules and opened the envelope here, Maria would definitely learn of it. Because Maria was the witch's disciple. Maria was in contact with that witch. With that bitch.
ママは約束を守るわ。ベアトリーチェとお話をしたいんだけど、どうすれば会えるのかしら。知らない。ベアトリーチェはとても気まぐれだから、いつも突然姿を現すの。マリアからは会う方法を知らない。でもね、いつもマリアのことを見てるの。だからマリアが困っていると、後できっと助けてくれるの。きっとね、姿を消してマリアの近くに隠れてるんだよ。その笑いをやめなさいといつも言ってるでしょ。
Damn, a little smack for the fucking laugh. Rosa reflexively hit Maria on the head. That put a stop to Maria's laughing, but it wasn't able to erase the color that had risen to those eyes, a color that seemed to bear a portent of misfortune. Well, Rosa swore. She swore that, at least until they let this out and she would not leave Maria alone. She couldn't allow an unknown being to make direct contact with her daughter any longer. Instead, she would want to have the back of her fucking right hand make contact with the daughter, right? Just slap her in the fucking face all these fucking times. For the smallest shit. Like laughing. Oh, you can't laugh. Bitch. Get a bitch smack for that. Oh, you can't say, ooh, bitch slap. Like, what the fuck, dude? Come on. Mother of the fucking year. Mother of the fucking year.
戻ってこねえな。
Well, she's with her mom.
またローザおばさんに叱られてるのかな。
Oh yeah, she's getting scolded. Getting fucking slapped. Silly. Take a quick break here, guys. Enjoy the rain and the ambiance. Let's continue. Who's talking here? I think Jessica. But maybe she cut loose a little too much. Acting a little too boisterous on the plane, the boat, and during lunch because Rosa had cautioned her several times. At times like that, Aunt Rosa tended not to scold her much in front of people. More often, she would take Maria aside and scold her alone, and fucking beat her ass. So since Maria had been called off somewhere, they figured she must be getting beaten fucking half to death. When they looked at the clock, they realized it was almost 6. Of course, they couldn't imagine she'd be getting beaten all this time. That would fucking hurt Rosa's hand, right? Maybe it was time for some anime she watched every week to start. She probably haven't left the mansion's parlor. Okay.
ひょっとするとバトラ様がお目覚めになって一緒に遊ばれているのかもしれ
I
ま
don't
せん
think
ね。
so. I think he's still getting beat. I think that's what's happening.
マリアちゃんにとってバトラ君は新しい友達のような感じだったろうからね。
Shut the fuck up, George.
そのバトラ君と飛行場でハロウィンごっこをするのがきっととても楽しかったん
Jealous
だよ。
bastard. Shut up.
バトラもずいぶんはしゃいでたな。あいつ図体はでかくなったってのに中身は昔から全然変わらねえ
He's
ぜ。
gotten big. What? 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 What?
そうですね。バトラ様は6年前のままでいてくださった気がします。
シャノンは6年前のバトラ君のこと覚えてるんだ。
Yes, she does.
何しろ大層お元気な方でしたから。
Yeah, he was.
僕も6年前に4人で遊んだことを思い出すよ。シャノンはだいぶお姉さん風だったね。
そうだな。今よりしっかりしてた気がするぜ。
それはあの頃は身の程をわきまえておりませんでしたもので、いろいろと失礼いたしました。
いいよ、そんな礼儀云々は。
I want to go back real quick just to see that line again. She didn't understand her place back then. That's a pretty important line. Back then, I didn't truly understand my place, so I did quite a few things. Just remember she said that, guys. Do it real quick. I'm trying to spoil things, but just kind of pointing out lines when they pop up. Remember that.
仕事中はともかく、こうして休み時間に過ごす時の僕らはあの頃から変わらない仲良しで居続けたいね。
そうだぜ。使用人のシャノンとオフの時の作用は使い分けていいだろう。奴隷じゃないんだぜ。使用人の仕事をしてるだけじゃないかよ。私はシャノンとは、サヨとは一番古い友人だと思ってるぜ。
ありがとうございます、お嬢様。
Seeing that Shannon understood the hidden meaning behind Jessica's words. After all, she'd heard a bit about Jessica and Kanon's history from both of them. Apparently, George had heard something of that history too. He walked towards the window and looked up at the darkening, raining sky.
カノン君はまだ幼いのに考え方が少し背伸びしてるところがあると思うんです。
いや、もうよしてくれよ。まあ私も雰囲気に流されてたところはあったと思うしさ。まあシャノンたちのことを見てちょっと羨ましいとか思って気がせいていたところもあったかもしれねえな。私のことなんかどうでもいいだろ。それよりジョージ兄さんたちの方はどういう感じなんだよ。だいぶいい感じなんだろう。
とてもいい感じだよ。
Fucking George. Shannon was at a loss for words, her face red, while George answered brightly and immediately. That carefree attitude made it easy to see that their relationship was proceeding so perfectly and made anyone envious. I mean, he hasn't even gotten to first base yet, so I'm not very jealous at all. He hasn't even kissed her yet, dude. He already
ってことは
proposed
シ
to
ャ
her
ノンもそ
basically.
のうち
Like what?
寿退社ってわけなんだ。
Way to jump over the fucking goalpost, dude.
と
Only reason why you would want to
どうなんでしょう。
propose to somebody before you sleep with them is if you're a rich fucking bitch like George. So he knows she's not gonna say no to a fucking rich motherfucking, you know, playboy who's gonna propose to her. Oh, you want to have, you know, half of $20 million just for saying yes to my fucking proposal? Yeah. Who wouldn't? I would fucking marry his ass if he asked me, right? I don't give a fuck. Give me that half that money. I'll divorce you like the next day, but I'm gonna have your money for my time, at the very least. You're not gonna touch me though. You know, we're not gonna sleep together. And it's like her and George aren't gonna sleep together, probably. I'm just guessing. You know, I don't know. You know, I don't know if they will or won't. Who knows? I don't have any predetermined knowledge here. This is my blind playthrough, guys. My first playthrough.
私にはその
どうなんだろうね。僕にもわからないね。
Mm-hmm. George slapped like a fucking bitch, teasingly, as though pressing Shannon for an answer. It was probably the way they usually flirted when they were alone. George being a fucking dick, and Shannon, who's a servant, has to fucking laugh or else she gets fired, so that's their power dynamic, basically. He's fucking abusing his power. AKA sexual harassment. It's what this fucking relationship is like, basically. Jessica could only smile bitterly and say, yes, yes, thank you, that's enough. Well, you're trying to do the same thing to Kanon, so I mean, you're not any better than George.
それは一国一城の主になりたいというビジネス生涯を共にできる伴侶と幸せな家族を築きたいという夢もあ
Or
る。
you can fucking command and she obeys you because she's a fucking servant, maybe. That's it. It's so wrong on so many levels that he's dating Shannon. It really is, but Eva tries to tell him, like, what the fuck are you doing trying to, you know, date this Shannon bitch? You gotta get somebody that's your equal, not Shannon, because Shannon's fucking subservient. It's fucking wrong on so many levels. It really is. She doesn't deserve it, you don't deserve it. But he doesn't know about that
子供は
because he's a fucking
最
immature
低で
kid.
も2人欲しいとか
Doesn't want to listen to his mommy.
家族で一緒にできるスポーツをしたいねとか他にもいろいろ
Fuck
そ
you,
んな
George.
話をよくシャノンとはするよ。こんなことを話すといつもシャノンには気が早いですねと笑われるんだけど僕は
I'm gonna take some sips
こ
of
の
this
年の
beer
うちからも
to stomach George's
なぜ
fucking
か
ranting about his
落ち着
fucking
いた老
family,
後のことを
his
考え
future
てしまうん
family.
だよ。元気に成長した子供たちと駆け回る孫たちと
Are you done?
そういうものに囲まれて
Ugh.
いつまでもシャノンと二人ゆっくりと余生を送れたらなって
Shut up.
そ
Let somebody
りゃ
else talk.
確かに
There
気
you
の
go.
早い話だぜ。
It is, right? Jesus
で
Christ.
もなんていうのか
Sounds like this
その
fucking
ジョージ
stupid
兄さん
dick,
らしい
George,
話だ
yeah.
な。
It sure does.
そんな家族に囲まれたらさぞ素敵でしょうね。私が思い描いていた理想の家族もそんな感じだったと思います。
Shannon always thinks of things and ideals. She's not realistic about any of her fucking goals. I'm just gonna say that right now. She wants to marry George, who's a playboy. Again, he's a rich motherfucking bitch. And she wants to have a perfect family, even though she's a servant. She's not very realistic in any of her fucking goals. She's idealistic to the fucking fault. So, of course, she would love whatever George is fucking cooking. She smells what George is cooking. But can I actually have that in reality? That's the question. Without magic, I don't see it happening. Without Beatrice's magic, the answer is no. The answer is hell no. To Shannon, who had been raised in an orphanage, that harmonious image of a family was probably something to be yearned for. I just said that, literally. And George, who had made an absolute promise to grant that wish for her and may truly have been a fitting person for her to spend her life with, I also just said that. I probably should stop expostulating and let the fucking narration do it for me. To Jessica, Shannon was a precious friend. George was surely the one most fit to entrust that friend's future to.
まあ水を差すわけじゃねえけど秀吉おじさんはともかくエヴァおば
Exactly.
さんとかどうなわけ？説得は大変じゃないの？
Yeah, that's right. You forgot about her.
そんなことは誰も気にする必要はないよ。
Fucking George.
僕が誰を伴侶に選ぶかは誰にもはばかられない。シャノンは僕が幸せにする。それに誰の許可が？
You don't need anybody's permission, but when you get divorced in like 5 years, you know, and she takes after your money, Eva's gonna be like, you fucking, I told you so, dumbass. That's what's gonna happen, so.
ジョージ兄さん、かっこいいぜ。よくそんな恥ずかしいセリフを堂々と。昔の兄さんはそういうキャラじゃなかったと思ったんだけどな。
男子、3日合わざれば刮目して待つべし、さ。
What? Is that a Japanese saying? I have no idea what the fuck he's talking about here. It's a Georgism? A dumbassism? You don't see a boy for 3 days, you just watch him closely? What?
シャノンを幸せにするために、僕はもっともっと勉強して、ふさわしい男に成長するつもりだよ。
Oh, gag me. Maybe even George realized how embarrassing the words coming out of his mouth were. He's such a stuck-up bitch. His face turned slightly red, and he scratched his head like a fucking beet.
ジョージさん。
大丈夫。母さんは確かにごねるかもしれないけど、僕に任せておけばいい。親族全員に君が僕の伴侶だと認めさせてみせる。
And he's already proposed to this girl. Now, what makes her think that he's gonna stand up to her now? Right? And he's already fucking scheduled the goddamn meeting with his fiancée that she's fucking selected, that Eva selected. He already met this fucking girl. This other girl other than Shannon. So now he's gonna fucking grow a backbone and say, you know what, mother? I can live my own life? No, he's not. Like, fucking no, he's not. Jesus Christ. These people are stupid. They're kids. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about right now.
シャノンが羨ましいぜ、まったく。
そこまで言ってもらえて恐縮です。
っていうかよ、私はお邪魔虫なんじゃないかって気がしてきたぜ。席を外した方がいいか？
It's all good. They never kissed yet. Don't worry. They're not doing shit. They didn't even sleep in the same fucking room when they went to fucking vacation. Jessica rose with a forced smile from the bed she'd been sitting on. The phone rang. Before Jessica picked up the receiver, wondering what this could be about, Shannon looked at the clock and jumped. Apparently, she spent too much time on her break.
すみません。私、お勤めの時間を忘れておりました。
Oh, that's Genji saying, "Where the fuck are you, Shannon? Your ass is late." At the same time, Jessica picked up the phone. Shannon began dashing out of the room.
シャノン、またいつもの時間に。
What?
いつもの
What
場
is
所で。
this? These motherfuckers abusing his power, dude. He's abusing his fucking authority as the aristocrat of the fucking house, and she's a servant of the house. He's fucking sexual harassment, plain as day. This guy thinks he's a player, though. Fucking George. Look, like, she can't say no, right? She can't say, it's her job to say yes. Like, it's fucking disgusting, dude.
もしもし、ジェ
It
シカ
really
です。
is.
ああ、ゲンジさん。
Yeah, it's Genji.
はい。シャノンは今そっちに戻ってますよ。私たちが引き止めちゃったんです。叱らないでやってください。
You can't get in trouble if you're with the master of the house, so don't worry about that.
ええ。はい。
そっか。
Get this guy over here, like, getting her in trouble and shit. I think this is Genji talking now, right? He's in the kitchen. Many plates were lined up on the kitchen counter. Preparations for dinner were proceeding steadily. The number of plates lined up there was 19. We got 19 fucking peoples in this house, bachelor. There was one more than that should have been set up for the annual family conference. But I'm Genji and I know how to count to 19.
どうして私が直接お届けに上がってはなら
Fucking
ないの
double
ですか
chin Yoda over here whining. Yoda-san flared up at me, paying no heed to the pot that was spitting steam. The master enjoyed eating alone in his study, so his food needed to be served in that room. However, that was something that always happened. Of course, Double Chin Goda would want to set that table for the master with his own hands, since he'd put his heart and soul into his cooking. But the master had imposed a strict rule that none but the servants bearing the golden eagle crest enter his study. He didn't have the right colors on. So while Double Chin would be able to greet the master from outside the study, he could not have been granted the honor of carrying his cooking inside, never. He ain't had the right colors on. He ain't got that golden eagle on, boy. Like Genji does. He ain't wearing the right colors. Double Chin was always irritated by this. Of course, he was a newcomer in terms of service, and years of service, sorry. However, he had piled up plenty of experience from his previous jobs, and he was quite confident that he'd be able to perform in front of Kinzo in a manner that would do him no disservice. And yet, simply because he was not permitted to wear the golden eagle, he still hadn't been blessed with this honor. Ain't worthy, boy. Can you imagine what damage that would do to his pride? You might think tonight was a repeat of that, but it wasn't. Because tonight there was another person other than the master who wanted their food carried to their room. The 19th person. Apparently this person was an extremely rare and honored guest, and we've been given strict orders to treat them in the same manner as the master, the family head. Goda-san must have wanted to earn some points by serving this honored guest with his own double-chinned hands. After all, he was an extremely double-chinned and vain person. If he wasn't qualified to serve the master, then at least the guest of the same rank, he simply couldn't find time during lunch, so Kanon had gone in his place. So he truly desired to personally serve this person tonight's meal, the best dinner of the year. So he already fucked up. He fucked himself, basically. He had his chance to meet Beatrice, but quote-unquote he had no time to do it, end quote, and then Kanon did it for him. So now he's trying to slip in the back door again, and he already fucking like cut off his own hand because he didn't do it the first time. So now, of course, she's not going to be able to do it the second time. Oh, you fucking picked your fucking own, goddamn work over meeting Beatrice? Fuck you, dick. You're not getting a second chance. That's it. Done. Genji-san had put a stop to that. Something about how Goda-san didn't wear the golden eagle. After being told once more that he wasn't qualified, Goda-san lost his patience. So heart-rending, Goda-san. I cannot do anything more than watch like this from the shadows. Well, that's Kumasawa saying that.
油を売っている暇があったら食堂の準備をしてきてください。テーブルクロスは大丈夫ですか？
これは失礼を。
That's what you get, Kumasawa-san, for pitying this motherfucking double-chin asshole, right? As soon as you pity him, he's gonna snap at you. When it became her turn to bear his wrath, Kumasawa slid out into the hall. Out of sight, out of mind. That's right, bitch. You don't got the golden eagle? You can't even touch them. You can't even fucking serve them food. You fucking hoe. Exactly.
そのようなお客様相手に源氏さんならともかくこんな子供を行かせていいのですか？
What are you talking about? Shannon or Kanon?
もし何かの粗相があったら失礼に当たります。確かに彼らの年季は長いですが、叱るべきところで修行をしたことがあるわけじゃない。
Better watch your fucking mouth, Goda.
正直に申し上げて、お客様に接する基礎ができていないのです。
You fucking newbie? What the fuck you talking about, boy? It's not about fucking servant experience. It's about fucking family experience, ho. But you don't know about, obviously. Goda spoke bluntly, even though Shannon was standing right there in the kitchen, like he's a fucking nonchalant motherfucker. Shannon was the one whom Genji had ordered to carry the dinner to Beatrice's room. By the ranking system among the servants permitted to wear the golden eagle, Shannon certainly was the second highest in rank. So basically, Genji's been there the longest. Kumasawa-san has been there the second longest, but she's been off and on in employee history. So in the time that she's been off, basically Shannon is the second highest rank as far as Golden Eagle servants go. So it goes Genji, the Shannon, to Kumasawa, then probably Kanon, and probably Kanon, whoever the fuck that other girl's name was that never got pictured. And then Goda's the fucking newbie. He's the fucking newest one. But he's the most well trained as far as chefs go. He's like a shoe chef or something like that. So worked at a hotel a couple times. So he thinks he's a shit, but he doesn't know shit about Ushiromiya culture and shit. He's proto-culture, basically. They saying I'm not gonna get into another anime actually at this point. But you know where that's from. If you know where that's from. Macross fans. You know what proto-culture means. Macross. 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 The second highest ranked Genji went to set the table in Kinzo's room, and then it fell to Shannon to set the table in Beatrice's room. 1-2. 1-2 punch. Goda's fucking 10. How do you think you're gonna get past 2? Idiot. You know how to do math? Come on, dude. Goda's pride was always horribly injured by this ranking system. At times like this, he'd speak out bluntly and rudely against Shannon and Kanon. Goda kept raising examples of each of Shannon's failures until now, making a ruckus about how she couldn't be doing this or was terrible at that. It don't matter, motherfucker. You're number 10. You need to fucking rise up the ranks. Shannon, who listened to this with her hand hug of shame, heard Kanon's voice from behind her. Kanon had been leaning against the wall in the hallway near the kitchen entrance, a blind spot from the inside, and had been listening to all this. I'm just gonna point it out, dude. I hope you guys are listening to everything that happens when I narrate this shit. Kanon. Wait, okay, let me go back one line. Real quick. Heard Kanon's voice from behind her. So she didn't even see him. Nobody else saw him. But she heard him, right? Shannon's the only person that hears Kanon. Leaning against the wall in the hallway near the kitchen entrance. A blind spot from the inside. So nobody else is seeing him. Nobody can really see him because he's in a blind spot from the inside. And he had been listening to all this like a fucking ninja. So nobody's seeing him. Nobody's hearing him but Shannon. Like, what the fuck, Kanon? Why is he there? Why is he there in that specific spot? Ask yourself that question. Probably knew that if you get into the kitchen, sparks would start to fly his way. Is that the excuse they're going to give? Remember, who's telling the story? Beatrice is telling the story. So why would Beatrice put Kanon in that specific spot and have him talk to Shannon in a specific way? Ask yourself that.
言わせておきなよ。最低の男だ。
でも接待の基礎の勉強になるし。
He's only talking to Shannon. He's not talking to anybody else, guys. Just remember that. So why is Shannon the only person that can see this guy? What?
合田さんはたくさん勉強してるからとても参考に。
姉さんは優しいね。
それより貴賓室のお客様がベアトリーチェ様だというのは本当なの？
Remember who also can only see Beatrice, Kanon, and Shannon. And sometimes Maria, I guess. And Rosa too now. Kyrie can see her too, I guess. Genji can see her too. Certain people can and cannot see her. So just ask yourself, who is seeing whom in episode 2, and why are only these people seeing these people when other people cannot be seen? Like, what the hell is going on, you know? If you need to make a chart, go ahead and make a chart. Sometimes Kanon can't be seen by anybody else, but he can be seen by everybody else at certain times, like Jessica can see him. But now it appears Kanon can't be seen by anybody else but Shannon right now. Like, what the hell? Why? And of course, Beatrice can't be seen by most people. Kinzo couldn't see her when she was right behind him, but you know, Shannon was seeing her all day. Kanon was seeing her all day, right? Come on. What's going on?
昼食の配膳に行かされた時にあった。
Yeah, Kanon was seen when he served her lunch. Remember when Goda was too busy, quote unquote, to serve Beatrice, Kanon was around, so he fucking went to serve her lunch.
間違いなくあいつだったよ。
So they saw him then, they don't see him now, pretty much. I don't know why Kanon's not being seen right now. Well, I do know, but I'm not going to tell you why, basically.
お元気そうだった？
Put your hand down, sir. Kanon remembered that he and Shannon had different impressions of Beatrice. To Shannon, Beatrice was the cupid of love, who granted her magic to establish her relationship with George. Judging by the expression that rose to her face, it looked like she couldn't wait to inform Beatrice of how her relationship with George had progressed. However, Kanon already knew. That wish came here with a terrifying goal in mind. The nebulous wish that only they'd been able to see in the past had now revived so fully that she could walk in openly through the front door, and even have dinner carried to her. Once, when she'd vanished from in front of Kanon, the witch said something about how her own power was still weak. So if that witch was now appearing so openly, did it mean she'd finally regain her former power? And she said something else too. She definitely said that she'd sowed in seeds of love while fully aware that they would fail. And she said even more. She definitely said that the day had finally come upon which the door to the Golden Land would be opened.
Shannon, あいつは親方様と何かの怪しげな儀式をし、それには誰も抗えない。
何の話なの？
あいつはやってきたんだ。
So I will say this, Kanon knows a lot more about Beatrice's motivations than Shannon does. Shannon's fucking clueless. She's all about George, she's all about, again, her ideal life, her idealistic fucking thoughts and goals and shit. Kanon is the realist. Kanon is the one that's doing objectively seeking out the truth, seeking out the motivations of Beatrice, understanding what she's fucking up to and shit all the time, calling her out of her fucking evil ways and shit. Shannon's not seeing any of that shit, but Kanon's seeing all of that. So again, let's be aware of that shit.
親方様が求めた黄金鏡の扉を開き、全てを黄金鏡に戻すために。あいつは僕に確かにそう言った。
In the past, the two of them as furniture working for Kinzo had been told what opening the door to the Golden Land meant. So Shannon understood everything without having to ask a single question. What the fuck does that mean? They never told us that. They just referred to it a couple times. You don't know what the fuck the Golden Land means at this point, right? In the storyline. And because of that, she felt a deep despair. Something had tore at Kanon's heart as he looked at the expression twisted with grief. What the fuck does the Golden Land mean? Other than like 6 people die. I guess that's what it means. Just people die basically, and then you go to the Golden Land in the afterlife. That's probably what it means, right? Unless they clarify.
僕らは家具だって。人間の真似事なんかして恋なんかするから。僕たちの役目の終わるこの日を素直に受け入れられない。
Oh, that's why he calls himself furniture, because eventually sofas you're gonna have to replace. They break down or something, and the upholstery gets worn out and shit. The dog fucking starts biting the shit out of it, like our dog did, and killed our sofa. So that's what furniture is. It's something to be replaced. It's an appliance, pretty much, that will outlive its usefulness after a fucking certain amount of years. That's what Kanon thinks he is. He's not a human, he's a fucking appliance. So what the fuck? He's fucked up, dude. In that way, he's fucked up. Again, he's more rational about the Beatrice situation, though, than Shannon is. But he's just warped in the head about everything else. He's a complex character.
この日が訪れることを かつてでもいつまで経っても訪れなくて。
That's a huge line. I'm not going to say anything, but this is a very huge line. Year after year, you definitely know she's not talking about George at this point. She just started liking George this past year. And they just started dating this past year. They just got engaged this past year. So what is she talking about here? She once wished this day would come. What happened this day? Ask yourself, guys, what happened this day for Shannon? And it never came year after year. What didn't happen for a few years? That just happened today. Alright? Now I'm not gonna spell it out for you, but it's fucking obvious. A lot of people kinda like guess what the hell is going on in episode 2 from this line. So this is the important line, guys. You should be paying attention to that line. That's all I'm gonna say though. That's all I'm gonna say.
私たちはいつまで家具として苦しめばいいのかわからなくて。だから私思ったの、安息の日なんて永遠に訪れないんだって。
僕だってそう思ってたさ。でも必ずいつか訪れるって僕は信じてた。
Oh, so the Golden Land is a day of rest or something.
だから僕は家具としての自覚を忘れなかったんだ。なのに姉さんは忘れた。
私が悪いのね。
You're the one who broke the fucking mirror, so yeah, pretty much. Yep. Yep.
姉さんが悪い。姉さんさえ恋を覚えなかったら、僕たちはようやく訪れた今日を喜び合うはずだった。姉さんがくだらない未練を作ってしまったんだ。必ず去らなければならない世界なのに。
So they already know about the fucking 6 people dying.
今夜始まるの。
Sounds like.
あと、あいつは僕に言った。今夜、ジョージ様は姉さんに婚約指輪を贈るだろうって。
Perfect timing. That was a fact. George supposedly had an engagement ring hidden in his pocket today. And I know that because I'm Kanon, the fucking bastard. And surely he would hand it over tonight. So says Kanon, so say we all.
姉さんとジョージ様を第二の番の生贄に使うつもりで二人の仲をくっつけたんだ。
So the second Twilight happens after the first Twilight. The first Twilight is when 6 people die at once. The second Twilight is when 2 lovers die. Back to back. And that would be George and fucking Shannon, probably.
姉さんはあいつにそそのかされた上、利用されたんだよ。
So all that backstory, all the fucking pre-game that we had in episode 2, with George going to the aquarium with Shannon, seems to be all fucking planned by Beatrice to be resurrected. Use them as fucking pawns. In this fucking chess game she's playing against Battler in the meta world. That's what it seems like right now. Shannon's just now realizing that Kanon knew it all along.
考えたこともなかったわ。
No, she never thought of that, yeah. Not very bright.
でもあいつは言ったよ。もし今夜その婚約指輪を受け取らなかったなら、姉さんを生贄に選ばないと約束した。
I mean, the odds are that she's still gonna die, right? A lot of people are gonna die either way. It's gonna be like maybe 5 survivors, maybe. So you don't die the first night, you're gonna die like the 3rd, the 4th, the 5th night, probably.
僕たちが揃って黄金鏡へ行ける確率はとても低いと思う。13人が生贄になる。
Here you go. 13 sacrifices, 19 people on the island. If you count Beatrice. 18 if you don't count Beatrice. If you think Beatrice is somebody else that's already on the island, and somebody is dressing up as Beatrice, pretending to be a witch. So this is going to be 5 survivors, basically. Max.
生き残るのは5人だけ。その中に僕たち2人が入れる確率は本当に低い。
They're not just tiny, they're fucking minuscule.
でも姉さんだけでもその約束が得られるなら確率はもっと上がる。 僕はかけたいんだ。黄金鏡には救いがある。僕たちはそこへたどり着き、人間を手に入れるんだ。
Okay, that's his goal. He wants to like survive this game, and through that fucking minuscule chance, that miracle chance, that gives him the power to become a human. So I can kind of see Kanon's motivation now. Now he wants Shannon to survive. He wants Jessica to survive, and through those two surviving and him surviving, he can actually like be with Jessica at that point. And maybe if Shannon's lucky, George can survive too. And they both can like have love, and then one other person can come with them. I don't know who. Maybe Maria. I don't know. Somebody. He doesn't care who it is. Other than that. Okay, so that's why he denied Jessica earlier, because he's waiting for this fucking Golden Land ritual to come. He's like, I'm not a human yet, but give me a fucking hot minute when everybody else dies and shit. And then it gets sacrificed, and then I can become human. Because if I get with you now, Jessica, we're just gonna die, basically. Because we're gonna fall into the fucking witch's trap. So he's being smart. I take back a lot of shit that I said about Kanon at this point. He's being smart.
かつての私たちは黄金鏡へ行けることを夢見てたね。そこへ行けばどんな願いでも叶う。
That's also another very important line, guys. Let's look at that line for a second here. I'm not going to skip past it. All the important lines I like to linger on, so you guys can like kind of like mentally jot this down. And a lot of the times it's Shannon saying it. Just be aware of that. So no spoilers. But Shannon has some really good lines in episode 2.
私たちをこの苦しみから救ってくれる。そう信じてた。
However, in this ceremony, only a few people will be invited to the Golden Land, chosen by fate and chance. Everyone else will lose their life as a sacrifice midway through the ceremony. However, in the past, Kanon and Shannon had thought that whether they reached the Golden Land or were sacrificed, they would still be released from their duties as furniture. That meant that this ceremony would definitely bring release to furniture like them, no matter what happened. And that's why all the, like Genji, all the servants, if they die in any of these episodes, they're like, it's fucking fine, I'm furniture, it's all good. So now they're released from their fucking servitude fucking life. Even though they're dead, right? Like, they don't even mind it because they had such a shitty ass life. They're like, this is fucking freedom either way. Kinda sucks for them. But the fucking mass murder is a fucking improvement in their lives, no matter what happens to either them or their friends.
これまでの辛かった分を姉さんと取り戻したい。生贄なんてごめんだ。僕と姉さんは生き残る。そして二人で黄金鏡へたどり着く。だから姉さんを第二の番の生贄になんかさせない。頼むよ姉さん。あの男の指輪を受け取らないで。それを受け取らなければあいつは姉さんを生贄に選ばないと約束してくれた。
You think Shannon's gonna be that smart though? Or she's gonna be that emotional and just got it anyway? I mean, I don't care. I wanna die because I wanna accept this guy's ring. And I don't want him to think I don't want to accept this marriage proposal. She's gonna be stupid, I think. We'll see what happens then. Right. Right. So that coming.
それを受け取らないことは私の心が許さない。
姉さん儀式の生贄は魔女が気まぐれに決めることになってる。
This is when you fucking lock her up in her own room. Fucking hog tie your ass so she can't accept the fucking ring. Kanon. If you're real, if you're not a fake boy, if you're a real boy, lock her ass up.
姉さんだけは絶対に黄金鏡へ生きるんだ。
私だけ？カノン君は？
僕は魔女の剣、あいつの魔女なんかかいくぐってやる。
He's trying to take his chances on the miracle. Shannon's got a guaranteed spot in in the Golden Land if she doesn't take the ring. Not Kanon.
わずかの確率を無理やり掴み取ってやる。僕たちのせいなんて所詮は仮初めじゃないか。
So that's also another important line, and you already know why. You know that Beatrice and Battler are watching this chessboard from a meta world up above, and they're just watching what the hell happens from up above. I'm trying to look up. There you go. My avatar didn't want to look up. There you go. They're watching the world from up above, and all these lives in episode 2 are transient. So Kanon's saying legit the truth. They might die in episode 2, but they're going to be back for episode 3, and then they might survive in episode 3. You never know. Or they might survive in episode 4, or 5, or 6, or 7, or 8. You never know. But if they die now, this is a transient thing that's happening. One episode to the other doesn't mean a damn thing. Basically, it depends on who the game master is and who's controlling the story. Basically.
本当の人生を始めるために僕たちは黄金鏡へたどり着こう。そして人間を手に入れよう。そうしたらさ。
Well said, Kanon. I'm liking Kanon a lot more right now. I don't know why I hated him so much earlier, but because of the furniture talk probably. But like, I just realized the furniture talk was him seeing what was coming ahead with him and Jessica. Like, they're going to be used as pawns in Beatrice's game to sacrifice the lovers on the second Twilight. So he was like, you know what? If I hook up with Jessica, they're gonna kill us real quick. If we fall in love, that's gonna be the fucking sacrifice that Beatrice needs to, you know, become revived and shit. So I probably shouldn't hook up with Jessica now, because that's gonna make both of us a big ass target for this Golden Land ritual shit. So now I kind of like respect him a little bit more. But he still likes Jessica, so it doesn't really matter. Like, it's still going to be a valid sacrifice if it does happen. So he couldn't hide it too well.
僕も姉さんみたいに恋が知れるかな。
See, he's talking about it right now. He can't hide that shit.
覚悟だからって。
It's already too late. He's already fucking going to be a ripe victim for sacrifice. Look at that. He's talking about making Jessica cry because he called himself furniture. It's already too late. Too late for you, son.
僕はもう家具は嫌だ。絶対に人間になってやる。
See, he should have fucking said that earlier and then had a little bit of fucking romance with Jessica instead of having none now. Because now they're gonna both die and they haven't even gone on a real date. Like, she ordered him to go out on the student council festival. That's it. It's not a real date, dude. Come on.
こんな苦しみから絶対に。
He ain't even hooked up yet. Come on, guys. There were tears in Kanon's eyes. He never got lucky with Jessica. By now, Kanon had noticed Shannon hadn't been the only one to know and suffer from the taste of love. He had too. The tears Jessica had shown him that day, and Jessica's pitiful face as she tried to smooth things over and stay bright ever since then, had slowly wrought some kind of change on Kanon's heart without him knowing it. You can't escape love's clutches, my friend.
Shannon.
You can't hear it, love. No, you just can't away. Shannon, over here. So again, he's calling for Shannon. He's not calling for Kanon, even though they both were having a deep ass discussion. Why is he not calling for Kanon? Why can't they see Kanon at all? They can only see Shannon. Why? I like how my avatar's looking smug right now. Smug look. Shannon jumped at the sudden sound of Genji's voice. Apparently he had called for her repeatedly. She hurriedly answered. They were having a really in-depth, discussion. Did Genji not hear that? Did Genji not even see Kanon? Why would Genji not see Kanon? Why would he not call for Kanon's voice? Ask yourself that, guys. And why is Shannon seem to be in, a daze after she talks with Kanon, right? Why is she seeming to be like, oh, I'm fucking absentmindedly fucking daydreaming? Why is she daydreaming when she's talking to Kanon, right? So I mean that's pretty much clear as day. That's as clear as I can say what's going on in reality without coming out and spoiling you guys about what the hell's going on in reality. So you probably got it by now. I like to point these things out because people who haven't played this game before will miss this shit until you play it over again like I have a couple times. But assuming you don't want to play this thing over twice, I'm pointing out the shit you need to pay attention to, basically. She turned back. Kanon disappeared. Kanon disappeared into thin air? Seemed like he didn't feel like showing his tears to anybody. Okay, we'll go with that. We'll go with that. Good excuse.
ぼんやりしていてすみません。
昼食はカノンに頼んだが、本来は私の次の序列のお前が運ぶべきものだ。
That's right.
ベアトリーチェ様は当家の最高の賓客だ。それ以上の賓客はいない。もう一人の親方様と思い、丁重に頼む。
よろしいですか。くれぐれも粗相のないようにお願いしますよ。
Fuck you, Goda.
経験の未熟なあなたに託すのは非常に心苦しいですが、当家のルールとあっては仕方ありません。くれぐれも頼みますよ。
Goda officially agreed, but he glared at Shannon with an expression that told her he definitely wouldn't forgive any mistakes. Even Shannon felt that Goda might as well go himself if he was so desperate to go. But she considered this one of her responsibilities as one as he'd been allowed to wear the golden eagle and had to give up. And anyway, I wanted to meet Beatrice. What will I talk about? What will I ask? I don't know. Will this be a meeting of gratitude? Or one of grief? Or else, what? I don't know. Shannon piled the witch's food onto the serving cart and left the kitchen at a slow pace. The person knocking was Kraus.
お父さん、今日は年に一度の親族会議です。お父さんを一目見ようと兄弟が揃ったのではありませんか。
黙れ。出ぬと言っている。源氏、そこにいるのであろう。なぜ私の指示した通りに食事をここへ運ばせんのか。
Kinzo screamed across the door. Genji was waiting behind Kraus.
お食事は書斎へ運べるよう準備しております。ただ、クラウス様が今夜はどうか下へ降りていただきたいと。お父さん、毎日とは言いません。せめて今夜だけでも家族で揃ってはくれませんか。
Fuck my family.
誰が家族か。貴様はいつから生き倒れを待つハゲタカたちを家族と呼ぶようになったのか。
I mean, you might feel bad for Kinzo when he says this because it's true. That these fucking kids of his are like just waiting for him to die so they can divvy up his money. But when you learn what Kinzo is like, his history and shit, how he got his money, what he was like in the past, fucking he deserves it. I'm just gonna say it right there. He deserves all this shit and more. The kids are fucking in the right. Kinzo sucks, so I don't feel one iota of sorry for him after playing the game through, basically. But you guys can feel whatever you want to feel about Kinzo right now. He's fucking 10 times worse than any Trump, anybody named Trump. And I don't really mind Donald Trump, to be honest. He's not my fucking the worst Trump that I know of. There's worse Trumps out there. Donald Jr. Excuse me. A little something in my throat there. Donald Jr. Kraus shrugged at this answer, which he had half expected.
Genji, 言われた通りに食事をここへ運べ。
I done told you, Genji. I done told your ass once. I done told your ass twice. I done told your ass 2 times in total.
なぜ言うことを
Don't you
聞
listen
か
to me,
ぬ。
motherfucker?
なぜなぜ
Oh, Beato!
源氏さん、後を頼みます。もうあの人に私の声は届かん。
I'll say. Rouse gave his head a small shake, then quickly turned his back on the door to the study. Genji looked at him sorrowfully. He's a sorry-ass sack of shit. He had only come calling to save face in front of the siblings, knowing full well how useless this was. After Genji watched crowds disappear down the stairs, he called again across the door.
親方様、お食事を運ぶ準備はできております。南條先生の分はいかがいたしますか。
Nanjo could be seen in study, because Kinzo had forcefully pestered him into finishing their long-lasting chess game. They had been playing against each other since the early evening. Nanjo had announced as a doctor that Kinzo's days were numbered, so he couldn't refuse if Kinzo demanded that they finish this game while he still lived. Kinzo was thinking deeply about his move, concentrating more than usual. It had been Kinzo's turn for quite some time, and Nanjo, who was tired of waiting, had randomly pulled out a book on magic that he couldn't understand and was skimming it.
金蔵さん、盤面を前に腕を組むだけではいい一手は出ませんぞ。
Especially if you're playing speed chess. That's not how it worked.
一つ休憩をして頭をリフレッシュしてみるのもいいのではありませんかな。黙れ。守りはこれで十分か。ビショップやナイトに隙間を突かれはしないか。
Wish I could see the chessboard. Okay, there we go. There we go. Today, Kinzo was focused on maintaining a strong defense. So I don't know if I should be still reading as Genji. Genji can't even see into the room right now. He's not even in the room. It's only Nanjo and Kinzo. Let me go with Nanjo, the Jamaican doctor. Normally, Kinzo's motto was that of offense was the best defense. However, today was completely the opposite. I'm hungry, man. I need some fucking Jamaican, whatever the fuck you eat. Jamaican bananas. There you bananas. Come, Mr. Tallyman, tally me banana. Need some shit to eat.
それに休みなく頭を回転させておりましたからもう頭がクラクラです。これ以上は私も最善手をさせるとは限りませんぞ。それは困る。チェスは互いに常に最善手をささねばならん。そうでない一手は理解に苦しみ思考を読むゲームを狂わせてしまう。
Motherfucking Ethan, bitch. What the hell is this?
それでは今日を著しく寒というものだ。
Marvin, why are you starving? Kinzo sighed deeply and finally finished his gaze away from the board. Chess isn't chess without an opponent. If that opponent is tight and wants to suspend the game, there is no getting around it.
確かにチェスの目的は
I mean, Nanjo already made his move. We're waiting on fucking Kinzo to make his move. So it's not even on Nanjo at this point. It's on you, Kinzo. Over here holding up the game.
そしてそれを読み合う知的ゲームです。
I mean, that's true though. That is true. You got a good point, Nanjo. Especially when you think about Kyrie turning the chessboard around and read your opponent's theory.
ですが勝利以外にもう一つ目的があることを金蔵さんはお忘れではありませんかな。
There's another game. There's another goal. Sorry.
勝利以外にどんな目的があるというのか。
Defense of the king, I guess he's talking about.
金蔵さんがそんなこともお忘れとはチェスを通しですぞ。
Ah. Truth, hey. You silly man, you forgot that.
それは確かずいぶん昔に私がお前に言った言葉だったはず。これは参った。
Kinzo, who almost always wore a frown, relaxed his face for once and laughed. Nanjo felt like he'd been reunited with a close friend that he hadn't seen in ages.
そういうことです。一本取られたついでにどうです？私と下に降りて食事と行きませんかな。食後にコーヒーと一緒にカスパロフの中盤についての議論でもいかがです？
良い提案だが遠慮する。私はもうこの部屋から出られない。儀式は始まっているのでな。
そうですか。では私はお腹もペコペコですからな。下へ降りることにします。気が向いたらいつでも。
南條、ありがとう。
南條。
おや、何の礼ですかな。
お前とのチェスの決着はつかなかったが、私が忘れていたチェスの目的はどうやら果たせたらしい。それはどうもチェックメイトと同じくらい重要なものであったらし
い。らしくもない。何の干渉ですかな。
Why so serious?
お前が言ったのではないか。私には余命がないと。もう行け。そしてもうこの部屋へ来るな。続きは黄金鏡でやろう。
Again, the golden lamp shit.
いいですが、しきりなルークが落ちてしまったのは痛手ですのでな。それでは、
Yeah, I hate it when I use my rooks in chess. Especially by bishops. That means I'm fucked up. I don't look at the diagonals too well.
煉獄か、あるいは次の世で。
Either in purgatory or in golden. One of the two lands. Nanjo didn't say anything beyond that. And with a motion made by smooth familiarity, he pushed the button on the table that would release the auto lock. Then, after looking at Kinzo's back one last time, he left the study. Bye, Kinzo. As he did, Genji's voice came from the hall.
それでは親方様、これより夕食をお運びいたします。
最後の晩餐になるやもしれぬ。味わわねばな。準備を頼む。
かしこまりました。
かしこまりました。
親方様のご準備の方は万端となりましたか。
It's none of your damn business. I'll take you to stay on my personal affairs, Genji. Nosy bastard.
この部屋を今日まで問えはたえの結界で厳重に包んだ。あれのルーレットが私を選ぼうとも必ずや弾き返す。そして黄金鏡へたどり着くうちの一人は絶対に。
This is a little bit of why Kinzo's a bastard and he deserves all the fucking vultures he has in his family. He's trying to like use his fucking kids as roulette members for this fucking ritual for sacrifice, but he's gonna like protect himself against all the fucking magic and shit. And let them fucking die. That's a little bit bastardly, right? So that you get your first clue of why Kinzo's a fucking bastard here. I mean, you might feel sorry for him that all of his kids are fucking bloodthirsty vultures, but shit, listen to this shit. He's in his fucking room, holed up. He's got fucking barriers, magic barriers and shit. He's thinking that he's gonna be safe, and everybody else is gonna die, basically. And he's gonna reap all the rewards of them dying. What a fucking dick. Right? That's not even the worst thing he does in this game. Wait till you see what the worst thing he does in this game is. It's not even close. Alright, we'll be right back, guys. BRB! Ooh. we're going back into Beatrice's room here. Listen to the nice ambient rain again, guys.
食事の準備に参りました。
Shannon entered the VIP room, bowing her head and pushing the serving cart. Young woman by the window, gazing out the supposedly empty darkness, is definitely that witch. That bitch.
今度はシャノンか。懐かしいな。ほう。顔色がだいぶ良くなったではないか。カノンとは違うな。見違えたぞ。
ありがとうございます。
Shannon solemnly prepared dinner. There were actually several things she wanted to ask the witch, but they were all jumbled up. She didn't know where to start. Her heart was also jumbled up. She didn't even understand her own emotions. So she could only do her job dispassionately with everything still vague. However, the witch saw what was in her heart. You can't hide anything from a bitch.
謝らぬぞ。わらわは魔女だからな。
何がでしょう。
ほや。カノンから聞かされたであろう。そなたの恋路を助けたのはわらわの単なるいたずら心。いかにしてこじれねじれ破綻するかを鑑賞するためにまいた種に過ぎぬと。
恋はするより聞く方が楽しい方もおられるでしょう。
まさかわらわに感謝しようというのではあるまい。
はい、あなたが私にどんな下心があって恋の魔法あなたが私に与えてくれたものは変わらない。だから添い遂げられないと知りつつまいた種であったとしても私は恨んだりしません。
やはり家具というのは面白みのない。それを面白く調理するのがわらわの腕の見せ所よの。
私にベアトリーチェ様のお考えは分かりません。あなたは私たちなど足元にも及ばない大魔女でその遠大な資料など想像するにも至りません。でも一つだけ言えることがある。
なんだ。
私に人間を教えてくれてありがとう。あなたが言った私はもう家具じゃない。
黙れ家具。真の人間ならば婚約指輪を受け取ろうという日に告げられた死の宣告に嘆き狂いて踊り出すだろう。なのにそなたはなんだ。達観し全てを受け入れたような顔つきではないか。実に拍子抜けだぞ家具。
いいえ、私は家具じゃない。
黙れ家具。
黙りません。家具ではありませんから。
わらわの命令が聞けぬというか。
家具なら命令に従います。でも人間は命令に従うかどうかを自分で決めます。だから私はあなたの命令に従わない。
There you go.
宣言を撤回する。やはり面白いぞ。種をまかねばそなたは何の感情も抱かず儀式に身を任せただろう。しかし今のそなたは実に面白く育ちわらわを心底楽しませてくれるぞ。それでいい。わらわは退屈を愛さないのだから。
お夕食の準備が整いました。どうぞ。
なかなかうまそうではないか。ゴーダが黄金鏡へたどり着くことがあればわらわの料理長に任命してやってもよかろう。
カノン君に聞きました。私に ジョージさんの婚約を断らせれば私を生贄にしないなんて約束をしたとか。
したぞ。そなたは第二の晩にうってつけの生贄候補だったのだがな。カノンがそれを許せと泣いて叫ぶので寛大に聞き入れてやったのよ。そなたが婚約を破棄すればとの条件付きでな。わらわのなんと寛大なことよ。
なんてバカな条件、そしてなんてバカな脅迫。そんなものでカノン君をいじめ抜いたというの。
He kissed her feet.
ほう、わかるのか。
Apparently Shannon had seen through it. She had apparently guessed at how the witch had bullied and humiliated Kanon with that horrible promise and spate.
絨毯に這いつくばらせ、わらわの靴にキスをさせてやったぞ。それだけではない。他にどのような恥ずかしめを与えたか聞きたいか。
Shannon silently shook her head.
あなたという人を私はようやく理解しました。あなたは人をいじめ、惑わせ、困らせて、それを楽しみ、糧にしている。だからあなたに抵抗する唯一の方法がこれであると確信した。
なんだ。
あなたなんか知らない。私は私に与えられた運命を全うする。だからあなたを面白がらせたりしない。
あなたなんか知らない。
The witch's features twisted in hatred for just an instant. Disappeared immediately. But the expression that briefly rose to her face was rare for the witch, whose malicious smile usually never faded for an instant.
そういう抗い方もあるか。面白い。気に入った。殺してやる。お前の思い人と一緒にな。
それがあなたの決められた運命ならばご随意に。私はそれに怯えたり逆らったりしません。これから起こる苛烈な運命があなたの意志によるものだなんて信じないから。私たち人間は未来に起こりうる運命など知らない。だからこそ最後の瞬間まで自分の信念と運命に従い、運命はただのサイコロの目。そこに悪意なんて感じない。
That's what Rika thought in Higurashi too, by the way.
あなたが吹き込もうと信じない。
ほう、家具をやめたくせに死を恐れぬとはな。それがわらわを退屈させると思っているようだが、それは大きな誤解だぞ。そなたが本当に最後の瞬間までそれを貫けるか。
私は悔しい。どうしてあなたは人の姿をして私たちの前に現れ、人の言葉で語り私たちを嘲笑うのか。私たちの前に現れず運命を予告しなかったなら、私たちは最後の一瞬まで精一杯生きられるのに。
Too bad you broke that mirror.
それが魔女というものよ。貴様らの運命を食い物に、工事の存在として定時の存在の上に君臨する。そなたらの運命など所詮はかけら。両手で碗を作ればいくらでも救える。わらわに飼われた肉牛どもが何をほざこうとも、わらわの食卓を楽しませる結果に変わりはせぬのに同じこと。
無力な私たちにはあなたの儀式にも運命にも抗うことなどできない。しかしあなたに今すぐ不愉快な思いをさせることはできる。
ほう、それは何か。
今すぐここを立ち去ることです。あなたの言葉に応えることは すべてあなたを楽しませている。あなたの問いかけに答えないことがあなたへ唯一できる抵抗です。
なるほどなるほど。一矢報いることはできよう。しかしわらわを倒すことはできぬぞ。わらわは誰しもを永遠に殺す力を持っている。永遠に繰り返し殺される輪廻の中で、そなた忘れるなよ。自らが口にした言葉。
それでは失礼いたします。ご用がありましたらお呼びください。
Shannon gave a reserved bow and faced away. With that gesture, maybe she really did take a shot back at the witch, just as Beatrice had said. Because when the witch called out again, she sounded a little more quick-tempered than she had before.
カノンはわらわに感謝したぞ。そなたは感謝せぬのか。安息の日をわらわが与えることを。
カヌなら安息の日を喜びましょう。ですが私は人間ですので、だからあなたに感謝することはありません。ご用はそれだけですか？
ジョージから指輪をもらうつもりであろう。受け取ればわらわがカノンと交わしたそなたを生贄に選ばないと。
まだご用があるなら他のものを来させますので、それでは失礼いたします。
Damn. A flat-out interruption. Shannon still hadn't answered her, and the sound of the door closing came instead of an answer. Shannon's resistance probably struck far more deeply into the witch than Shannon herself thought. Cousin expression of hatred once again rose to Beatrice's face. She had made Kanon submit even though he hadn't been ensnared until the end. Whereas Shannon, who had been so easily ensnared before, refused to submit this time.
やはりこれは面白いことではないか。わらわもまだまだ若いか。これだから1000年は生き飽きぬのよ。
What's up, Macho the Third? Thanks for the host. Appreciate you. My surprise face. Thank you for the drive-by raid. Appreciate you. This was the most fabulous part of the family conference. Dinner. In the past, when Kinzo had been serious about the conference, he'd taken everyone's yearly gathering for dinners very seriously. Because anything embarrassing that occurred during the dinner would cause the deepest shame for him as the host. He had given Natsuhi stern orders to avoid embarrassments at all costs. Because of that, she and Kraus eventually hired Goda, who had confidence in his cooking abilities. Thanks to that, they became able to serve wonderful dinners they could be confident in. But by that time, Kinzo had closed himself up in his study and never appeared before dinner. So he never even tasted Goda's cooking. Maybe you can call that ironic. Maybe it's ironic. When the main dish for tonight, calf steak, was set out, Goda began to describe it proudly, further stimulating everyone's appetites. Anybody from Goda's raid? Macho's raid? I'm playing through episode 2 of Umineko, just because Higurashi Go, the new anime that just came out, it's on a hiatus until April, and then the second season is going to be coming out, Higurashi Sotsa, whatever it's called. So this is kind of the bridge between Higurashi and Umineko. There's a lot of links in this game, this visual novel, and the latest Higurashi season. So I figured I'd go ahead and play this game, read this game really. It's a sound/visual novel. You don't really do too much playing, you do more just reading. It's like a book, man. It really is. It's a book with like pictures and words and sounds. there's not too many choices you have in this game. But you do have to think, though. It's one of those mystery novels. So they don't tell you the answers to the mystery. You have to figure it out yourself. And I've been given clues throughout this playthrough, throughout this read-through. And it kind of ties into Higurashi, as I said. So we're going through episode 2. After I finish episode 2 and the tea party after that, I'll probably be going back to a legit game like Chrono Trigger. Gotta finish up Chrono Trigger, gotta finish up Alundra. But my schedule at work is kind of hectic right now, so this is probably the game I want to play right now. Because I can only do random streams, random days. And this is something you can just pick up and continue when we left off last time real easily. Because it's like reading a book, putting a bookmark in it when you end the stream. And just picking back up from that bookmark later on. Because I'm not sure when my next stream is. It might be this weekend, it might not. Who knows? I have no idea. I really don't. I've been working 75-hour weeks, so it's few and far between when I can actually stream. So this would be the perfect game to stream right now. And then I'll be going back, when I get a regular schedule again, I'll be going back to Chrono, going back to Alundra, going back to a lot of the games that I kind of like neglected in the past.
ベースの赤ワインはもちろん、ボルドー産の中でも素晴らしいものを使用しておりますが、その他にも当家オリジナルブレンドとしまして。
Thanks again for the raid, though, Macho. You're the man. You're the Macho Man. The Macho Man, Randy Savage, snap into a Slim Jim. Oh, yeah!
世界各地数種類の名酒をブレンドしまして、より深い味わいとなりますよう整えてございます。このソースは本年限りのものでございます。どうかお楽しみいただければ幸いです。
素晴らしいじゃないか。しかしボルドレーズソースはフランス料理の王道ではない。
It sounds French, right? Doesn't it?
それにフランス以外の酒を使うのは少し邪道ではないかという気もする。
I work as a cook, guys, if you didn't know, at the hotel. That's why I've been so swamped, because spring break has been in serious effect last couple weeks. And everybody's getting these the mask mandates lifted, so everybody's going out. Because it's like the first time literally in like a year, basically, they could go out. So everybody's swamping the fucking hotel I'm working at. We're having fucking sold out crowds and shit every day. So I'm getting 75 hours a week, basically. Getting good paychecks, but like working my ass off, basically. Working my fucking ass off. And have very, very few hours to stream on Twitch as a result. So doing what I can, basically. Staying in the game, but not even close to having a set schedule yet at this point. Coming soon, though. Hopefully. A set schedule.
旦那様、本日は年に一度の親族会議でございます。普段は遠方にお住まいの皆様がはるばるお越しになり、一堂に集われた夜の晩餐には、世界各地より普段は出会うことのない名酒を取り寄せブレンドしたソースが何よりもふさわしいかと存じ、特別にご用意させていただいたのでございます。
素晴らしい。本当に素晴らしい料理人や。あんたは能書きが変わると料理も薬も効果は2倍になるっちゅうわけやな。元の料理のうまさも2倍、さらに能書きで2倍。味の倍々ゲームや。
I think your math is off there, Hideyoshi, but okay. You put alcohol in any kind of dish, I'm gonna drink it / eat it, so... I wouldn't say it's 4 times as good as any other dish, though, just because he described this shit. If it tastes good, it's good. That's it.
いやね、兄さん。その質問、読まれてたんじゃないの？
違いねえな。まんまと美味しいところをゴーダさんに持ってかれちまったぜ。
It's a fucking setup.
そうかね。今日の料理をフランス風だと気づいていない者もいるんじゃないかと思ってね。エヴァは先ほどバターを使わないのが美徳と言ったが、それはスペイン風だ。
Got you there.
確かに国境を接してはいるがね。
そういう意味で言ったんじゃないわよ。話の一部分だけ抜き出して勝手に加工しないでくれるかしら。
とっても美味しいソースね。郷田さんは本当に素晴らしいわ。
お褒めに預かり大変光栄です。これもすべて奥様の日頃のご指導のおかげでございます。
いえ、すべて郷田のアイディアです。私はレシピを聞き承認しただけです。
This is what high society people talk like, by the way. Talk about nothing. You ever watched an episode of Frasier? They talk about Sherry for fucking 5 minutes. Like, okay, we get it. It's racing the fucking French orchards. We know. It looked like the siblings quickly got into a loud argument about the sauce, but for the most part dinner proceeded peacefully. However, a certain question they desperately wanted to ask burned inside each of one of them. It was about that visitor, the 19th person, the Golden Witch. In actuality, Eva and Rudolf and the rest were very much on their guards during this meal. If the mystery guest was ever going to be introduced, this dinner table would be the most appropriate place to do it. However, no place was set at the dinner table for the witch. The family conference would begin in earnest after the meal, and previous experiences told them that it might last until deep into the night. However, they couldn't imagine why such a person should be kept hidden until that late, if they were going to be introduced until the end anyway. Well, she already got her dinner separately by Shannon in her own fucking room, so that's not going to happen. She ain't coming down. So Eva and Rudolf and the rest were starting to feel a certain suspicion. Feeling a little sus. Perhaps this guest was unknown even to Kraus. If this wasn't an assassin called by Kraus to give them an advantage in the inheritance problem, then maybe they should speak frankly to Kraus beforehand, creating a common front to resist anything disadvantageous to the 4 siblings. Maybe they should. If she was Kinzo's assassin, whose purpose was to keep the inheritance from being handed over to the 4 siblings, the enmity between Kraus and the other siblings could only become a weak point that benefited the enemy. The enemy!
それではごゆっくりお楽しみください。
Meanwhile, Goda has no idea what the fuck's going on with his double chin. He doesn't fucking care. He wants him to be praised for his cooking and shit. When he finished explaining the reasoning behind the table setting and the cooking, Goda tried to leave the room, but Kyrie called to him to stop with a small voice.
はい、キリエ様。何か。
What is it, girl?
ごめんなさい。今日はお客様がいらっしゃってると思ったんだけど、晩餐にはお見えにならないのかしら。
Oh, she ain't coming. She had planned on saying it nonchalantly, but unfortunately it reached the ears of Natsuhe, who was sitting near at the next seat over. That's Kyrie's voice, by the way. It seemed that Natsuhe had heard it, as even though the guests are here, why hasn't the host come to dinner? In other words, that Kyrie had asked whether Kinzo was going to join them for dinner.
当主様は体調が優れられませんので、お部屋で食事をとると仰せです。
You misunderstand,
主人が
Natsuhe.
初めにそう説明いたしましたが、何か。
ごめんなさい。そうじゃないの。
Natsuhe's reaction instantly told Kyrie that this unknown visitor was also unknown to Kraus and his wife. Which meant, on the chessboard inside Kyrie's mind, she could hear the clattering of the pieces as they arranged themselves. So they don't know, basically. Kraus and Natsuhe have no idea about Beatrice. Badler, who had been sitting next to Natsuhe, seemed to have heard Kyrie's words without misunderstanding them, so he knew. Thinking it strange that someone else would be invited to today's family conference, he spoke up incredulously. And thanks to that, the uncomfortable feeling building in the siblings' chests suddenly exploded. Thanks, Badler. Everyone looked at Goda at the same time. Judging by their reactions, it was clear that no one here had invited that mystery woman. For an instant, Goda was startled to find everyone's gazes gathered on him, but because of his naturally vain personality, this actually gave him a feeling of superiority. Ha Goda, my man. Therefore, he answered in an extremely calm and graceful manner.
Hi.
Oh, he's gonna let the cat out of the bag.
お一人で食事を取られたいとのことで、そちらへお運びしております。
I don't think you're supposed to say that, dude. Oops. That extremely graceful and reasonable response of Godas made it obvious to everyone that a 19th person, a visitor, existed. Now, in the meta world, this is a point for Beatrice, and it's a negative for Bachelor, because he thinks there's only 18 people on this island right now, and Beatrice is like, no, you fool, there's 19. The 19th person is me. I'm the witch, who you don't believe in. So if there's 19 people and everybody believes there's 19 people, I'm right and you're wrong. So Goda's like supporting Beatrice's theory right here. They have no idea. Who, what, when, where, why? How? Huh? Natsu's words echoed the question that everyone who didn't know about the appearance of the Golden Witch was thinking. For a while, Goda was disoriented, caught completely off guard by the sudden interrogation. You shouldn't have said shit, dude. Should have kept quiet. That's why you're not a golden eagle, idiot. This was a guest who had been treated with such cheap respect. He hadn't imagined that Kraus and his wife not even know about her. Oh, he's gonna tell him the whole fucking story. Dumbass. Maria had been telling the other cousins over and over that she met Beatrice that day. The cousins had answered flippantly, but they hadn't believed, so their eyes grew wide. Goda just fucking made the shit hit the fan just now. He didn't even know it. No, she wasn't. Pour open a drink for my dead homie Goda, who just fucking got his career assassinated by that fucking blunder.
Beatrice って、あの黄金のベアトリーチェなのかよ。マリアがいるってずっと言ってる。誰も信じてない。
Damn, Maria.
ごめんね、マリアちゃん。そういうつもりじゃないんだよ。
Fuck you, George. After learning that everyone had doubted Beatrice's existence, Maria, who had been in a good mood all day, completely lost her temper. George, the asshole who sat in the next seat over, tried frantically to crown Maria. No point.
Goda, それもディナーの何かの余興なのかね?
Now Goda's in trouble. That's his boss right there. Well, you better fucking say you're joking, boy. You pretend that you're fucking joking over here.
兄貴、三文芝居はやめようぜ。
Again, Aniki. He doesn't call him by his name. Aniki.
兄貴が呼んだんだろ。
Aniki called him here?
呼ぶ？誰よ？どこから？
兄さん、はっきりさせましょう。あれは誰？まさか、本当に肖像画のベアトリーチェだと言うんじゃないでしょうね。
私にはお前たちが何を言っているのかさっぱりだ。ゴーダ、これは本当に冗談ではないのだな。
Oops, Goda.
私はその
You fucking said that, dude.
源氏さんからそのように指示を受けただけでして、その
Should kept your mouth shut.
源氏を呼びなさい。今すぐ。
When Natsuki yelled, Goda sped out into the hallway. The sound of the door being thrown open was a spark that suddenly hit the dinner table ablaze.
じゃあ兄貴も知らないってんだな。呼んだのは誰だ？親父ってことか？
私には何のことかわからんね。お前たちは私が裏で糸を引いていると信じているようだが、それは大きな誤解だ。
クラス兄さん、落ち着いてえな。わしらはもう腹の探り合いをすべき段階にないで。もし兄さんも知らない怪人物だっちゅうんなら、これはとんでもない話になるんやで。
秀吉さん、言葉を少し慎みませんか？主人は親族会議に不要な人間を招いたりはしません。
まったくだ。お前たちは何を言っているのかね。肖像画の魔女が額縁を抜け出して現れたとでも言うのかね。実際にその魔女様に会ったという人間がいるわけでもなかろう。
Kyrie has, Rosa has, Maria has.
私、あったわ。
Eva and Rudolf nodded at Rosa's proclamation. Brief tension was broken and Maria also started to make a ruckus. By now the room was thoroughly wrapped in chaos.
何が何だかさっぱりです。つまりなんだ？じい様に黄金を授けた魔女様が今年の親族会議にはスペシャルゲストとして登場ってわけかよ。
しかし本当にローザおばさんの見間違いってことじゃねえの？
マリアもあった。
ローザおばさん、間違いなくなんですか？
Were you drunk, Rosa?
ええ。
Yeah, I was a little tipsy.
私はあったの。あれは間違いなく魔女だった。信じて。あれは何だったの
？In the instant before the typhoon arrived, Rosa definitely met a witch in the rose garden. The scene had been so hard to accept as truth that the more she spoke of it like this, the less she understood what it was she had encountered. Ironically, she was losing her composure. The more frantically she tried to cling to her claim, the more confused and hazy the things she was describing became. Because of that, it only took a single calmly spoken sentence to confirm the nature of what she was describing beyond doubt.
私もあったわ。
Yeah, Kyrie saw
挨
it.
拶とはとても言えないけれど、一応言葉も交わしてる。ローザさんの見間違いとかじゃ断じてないわ。
キリエさん、それマジかよ。
ええ。でも彼女は私に名乗らなかった。だから彼女がベアトリーチェであると断定はできない。でも、主観的で恐縮なんだけど、私は玄関ホールで彼女に会ったから、肖像画と顔を見比べることができた。私は第一印象で、彼女こそがこの肖像画の主に違いないって思ったわ。あくまでも主観よ。
そんなことはありえません。今日の船は皆さんの送迎のための便が往復しただけです。その船に乗っていたのですか？
それを言われると弱いね。確かにそんなご婦人と一緒に下船した記憶はない。
あら、そう？私たちの乗ってきた船以外に船はないってどうして証明できるの？できないわ。来なかったは証明できない。
True.
道理だな。来たは証明できる。来たのを見たやつが見たと言えばいい。しかし、来ないは証明できないぜ。
Devil's proof.
全員が来ない、見てないと言ったところで、全員が見てないところでこっそり来たことを否定はできない。つまり、悪魔の証明ってやつ。
Exactly. It'd be simple to prove that devils exists. All you have to do is meet a devil. It's impossible to prove the devils don't exist. Just by saying that no one else has ever met a devil, you can't deny the possibility that they were hiding away somewhere humans can't go. You can't deny the existence of aliens for exactly the same reason. Till humanity searches the whole of space and can show perfectly that aliens don't exist, you can't be sure they don't exist. And it's definitely impossible for us to ever check the entirety of space for the existence of aliens. Therefore, while there may be a number of ways to prove that aliens do exist, it will always be impossible to show proof that denies their existence. Devil's proof.
となれば、僕たちが乗ってきた船以外の船で来たかどうかなんて、議論しても無駄な問題ということになるね。
This is all Beatrice trying to prove that there's a 19th person, and eliminating all the things that Ballier can say, disproving that there's a 19th person there.
僕たちと一緒の船にはいなかった。それだけが事実で、それ以外の方法で、とにかくこの島に訪れたことになる。
そうね。どうやって来たかなんて、議論の必要はないかもしれない。肝心なのは、現にこの屋敷に今いて、私たちと晩餐を共にする気がないという事実よ。
整理しよう。今この島には、後宮家18人以外に、 もう一人客がいる。そしてそいつは兄貴も夏日姉さんも知らない客だってんだな。
知りません。何の話だかもわかりません。
お前は少し黙っていなさい。頭痛に触る。妻の言う通りだ。私にはお前たちが何の話をしているのかさっきからさっぱりだ。
じゃあ答えは一つしかないわ。今日の親族会議のために。
親族会議に？だから何のために？
そんなの知らないわよ。兄さんが知ってたらそれを問い詰めようって思ってたのよ。
エヴァ、予算か。クラス兄さんは知らんと言うとる。つまり話はこうや。お父さんが肖像画の魔女にそっくりの客人をこっそり招いた。それにローザさんが出会い、マリアちゃんが出会い、そしてキリエさんもあった。今はそこまでや。わしらに言いたいことがあるんならとっとと姿を現せばええ。挨拶もなしに引きこもってるっちゅうんはどないなわけなんやってことなんや。
親族会議なんか花から関心のない親父が新しい愛人をこっそり呼びつけたってわけか。理想の魔女様のおべべを着せてよ。そう決着するには今日という日は意味を持ちすぎてるぜ。
理由は一つしかない。親族会議に加わるためよ。お父様の遺産について何かの権利を主張する気でいるのよ。バカバカしい。当主様に愛人などと汚らわしいものなどおりません。
お前は黙っていろと言っている。
I told you, shut your ass up, baby.
私はこの屋敷でずっと親父殿と過ごしているが、そんな話は聞いたこともない。最大限理解を示したとして何十年も昔の愛人との間に隠し子がいたとしてそれを親父殿が探し出し今日という日に呼びつけたと。
Very interesting line by Krause there.
こう言いたいのかね。
あなた、お父様にそんなものがいるわけがありません。尊い後宮の血が愛人ごときに。先ほどから数人が見た見たと自称しているに過ぎません。幻想妄想白昼夢に決まっています。あるいはこれも夫を陥れるための皆さんの何らかの芝居なのですか？何の芝居だってのよ。芝居だって言うならそっちでしょうが。
よせよ姉貴。ちょいと暴力的な言い方だが夏日さんの言う通りではある。キリエは姿を見たが俺は見てない。姉貴もだ。だがローザは見た。しかしってことはいるってことになる。いるを証明している連中が存在する以上いるで直ちに決着だ。
That's a false statement, to be honest. Just because they saw her doesn't mean it's not somebody that dressed up as her. Shit, somebody like Eva could dress up as fucking Beatrice and now pretend that she doesn't know who the fuck she is. You never know. They have the same hair color, right? You never know.
悪魔の証明の逆パターンってわけでな。それに俺も会いたいんだよ。そして一体当家に何の御用かと直接問いただした。
This is a game where you can't like really just take everybody's words as face value because they'll say a lot of shit that's wrong. And you gotta think about common sense when they say stupid shit like this. Rudolf doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He's thinking out loud. The thoughts he's thinking are wrong at this point. He's saying, oh, she exists because people saw her. No, there's no proof. Just because they saw her doesn't mean that she's actually a 19th person. It could be somebody dressed up as her. It could be any number of things. It could be a fucking illusion. It could be a fucking hologram, for all they know. Doesn't mean it's a 19th person just because some people saw them and now she's not there, right? Why is everybody there? All the 18 people are accounted for right now, but she's not fucking there at this fucking dinner for some reason. Why? Because she doesn't exist, maybe? That's a possibility. Unless she's there in the room and then you can account for all the other 18 people, you can't say there's 19 people on this fucking island. It's just something that fucking somebody's making you think it's 19 people. That's what Battler's arguing against, pretty much.
六軒島へ何のご用かぜひお尋ねしたいものだ。
白々しいこと言わないで。狙いは一つよ。お父様の遺産を狙ってるのよ。相続問題に明るい弁護士に今後の作戦を練らせるべきよ。
He's hot. He's hot.
お母様と同格の権利を愛人が主張した場合、私たちの取り分はかっきり半分さらわれることになる。
ちょっとみんな待って。源氏さんがもうじき来るわ。彼は何でも知ってる。きっと私たちの疑問に答えてくれるわ。それまでそういう話はなしにしましょう。さあ子供たち、悪いけれど大人はちょっと込み入った話をしないといけないの。ゲストハウスへ戻っていなさい。
Rosa yelled at the children, silently overcome with emotion. Children didn't understand why they were suddenly being yelled at this time, but Eva and the rest realized it too late. They were talking so bluntly about the filthy topic of the inheritance right in front of the children. Of course, they wouldn't want their children to remain, so they all immediately agreed with Rosa's plan. Fucking vultures forgot that their kids were over there hearing everything they said.
ジョージ、いとこみんなでゲストハウスに戻ってるんや。いとこ同士仲良く遊ぶんやで。
Great parents. Damage is already done, dog. Might as well let him stay.
いとこみんなを連れて今すぐ出ていくのよ。
ちょっと待ってよ母さん。僕たちはまだ食事も終えていない。
デザートもまだ来てない。
デザートはゴーダさんにゲストハウスに運ばせます。だから出て行きなさい。
ジェシカ、ここから先は大人の話し合いです。行きなさい。
わかったよ。まだ食いかけだってもの。
ってことは俺だけ例外ってことはないよな。
理解してくれてありがとうバトラ君。でもあなたラッキーよ。
どうして？
私も出ていけるなら出ていきたいの。
違いねえぜ。大人は大人で遺産をめぐって楽しい一家団らんをお楽しみくださいってんだ。
私も席を外しましょう。どうやら今夜は私の出番はなさそうだ。
Nando quietly rose to his feet. From his seat in the farthest corner, he had been calmly watching the whole discussion without butting in. Surely that reaction was very adult, just what you expect from a calm, old Jamaican gentleman. When Nando rose from his seat, it ended up encouraging the others who were supposed to leave. The children noisily rose from their seats, and as they hurried into the hallway, the servants returned. There's Genji.
遅くなって申し訳ございません。源氏をお呼びいたしました。
お屋敷の中の戸締まりの確認に行っておりましたもので申し訳ございません。
さあ子供たちはゲストハウスへ。ゴーダさん、申し訳ないのだけれど子供たちの分のデザートをゲストハウスへ運んでくれるかしら。
は、よろしいのですか。
Seeing Beato wasn't amused to see the dinner he'd worked so hard on get interrupted like this, he sent Natsuhi a look as though asking whether that was really okay.
ローザさんの言う通りにする。それから私たちにデザートの配膳は不要です。呼び出しがあるまで食堂には近づかないように。
Damn.
これは他の使用人にも伝えること。
Getting kicked out.
いいですね。
はい。
Alright, so everybody just pay attention to who's leaving this dining room right now and who stays in the dining room. How many people in each group?
参りましょうかな。マリアさんもこれ以上お母さんを困らせてはいけません。
マリアもベアとの話する。やだ。
マリアちゃん、僕たちにゲストハウスでベアトリーチェの話を聞かせてくれないかい？ぜひ魔女の話を聞きたいんだね。
Fuck up, George.
ジョージ兄さんは本当にうめえぜ。感動するぜ。
本当に子持ちじゃねえのかよ。手慣れすぎだぜ。
George's words had completely restored Maria's good mood, and now she took the initiative, telling the others to head on to the guest house. George, like Yoda, didn't like being kicked out himself, but he couldn't disobey Natsuki, so he left the room with Battler and the rest, closing the door.
模様は何でしょうか、皆さん。
Now we go to Genji's point of view. Thank God.
あるわ。たっぷりと。それもみんな。誰から質問するかくじ引きが欲しいくらいよ。
だが誰が一番のくじを引こうとも最初にする質問は同じだと思う。
違いねえね。源氏さん、正直に答えてくれ。今貴賓室にいるベアトリーチェってのは何者なの？
Oh, never mind. I'm not going to see the conversation. Well, so you had, let's see, Rosa, Eva, Hideyoshi, 3, Rudolf, Kyrie, 5, Natsuhi, 6, Prowl, 7, Genji, 8 in that dining room right now. And then it just sped up fucking, what, 4 hours after that scene? I don't know how many hours. Maybe 2 hours actually, but 8 people were in that room. Then the other 7? I'm sorry, the other 10, I guess, or away from that room. So some of the servants like Kanon, Shannon were outside that room. Kumasawa was outside that room. And then all the kids were outside that room in the fucking guest house with Goda. That accounts for all the 10, or not, doesn't account for Kinzo. So Kinzo is the 18th person there in that scenario. So the other 9 people were outside of that fucking dining room. Alright, Hideyoshi's claim that advertising doubled the taste was apparently right. After being chased out of the guest house, the kids and Nanjo had gathered in the cousins' rooms and were eating the cake that Kumasawa had brought for dessert. It was both wonderful and high class, topped with lavish amounts of cream and decorated deliciously with fruits. Delicious as it was, it didn't taste quite as good for some reason.
ゴーダさんの脳書きがないと味って随分落ちるんだな。
Sell that shit, Goda.
脳書きを求めようにも、熊さんのばあちゃんに聞いた日にゃ、このケーキの原料もサバってことになっちまうぜ。
ほんと？サバからケーキってできる
？Fucking creepy laugh.
このケーキもサバの絞り汁に小麦粉と卵を混ぜて焼き上げるとふっくら焼き上がるのでございますよ。
She's fucking demented, dude. She's demented.
それが本当ならすごいね。お父さんの店の新メニューにサバケーキとか登場するかもしれないよ。
サバって栄養満点でヘルシーっぽいイメージがあるしよ。女性とかお年寄りに人気が出たりしてな。俺は食わねえけどよ。
女はそんなゲテモノは食わねえぜ。
年寄りも遠慮したいところですな。
Right?
美味しいんですけどね。
Kumasawa was really cheering up the mood with their classic macro jokes. When the sound of the downpouring rain kept turning their attention towards the mystery guest. In the end, they showered Maria with questions again, since she was the only person here to have met with Beatrice.
Masaka, あの話が本当だったとはね。
その口ぶりだとマリアが魔女に会ってたって話は信じてなかったまでにも初耳じゃねってことらしいな。
ああ、 夢見がちなお年頃のよくあるおとぎ話くらいに思ってたぜ。
いる！ベアトリーチェはいる！毎年親族会議に来るたびにマリアは会って一緒に遊んでた。
そうですね。ベアトリーチェ様は普段はお姿をお見せになりませんけど、心が綺麗で素直な方の前にはひょっこり姿を現していたずらをすることもあるそうですからね。
None of y'all bitches. Beatrice referred to the character in the fairy tale about the Rokkenjima witch. To keep Kinzo in a good mood, the family and the servants acted as though they believed in the witch of his delusions. That's how Rokkenjima's fairy tale, or maybe ghost story, had come into being. To the family members who knew about that backstory, the fairy tale of the Golden Witch wasn't something to be taken too seriously. However, they were never able to say that out loud in front of Kinzo, in front of Donald. Because of that, the legend of the witch carried a lot more weight to someone young, like Maria, who didn't know the story of how it came into being. That's why Maria believed in the legend of the witch. She accepted it entirely. That was only natural for an imaginative girl who believed in witches, so people had avoided saying things that would betray her dream. On the contrary, they had worked together to say and do things that would help liven up her dreams without her knowing.
だからマリアちゃんがベアトリーチェにもらったお菓子と言って僕らに見せびらかすことがあっても、多分誰かがそういうことにしてマリアちゃんの手提げの中にこっそり飴玉でも忍ばせたのだろうって思ってた。
That's the thing. If you pretend to like play along with these kids and they believe in magic and shit, and then something happens where like, oh, there's a magical witch on this island, or somebody pretending to be a magical witch. Now the kids who have always been, pretended to have magic around them, they're gonna be the patsies for this magical bitch. So now this person who calling herself Beatrice on this island is using Maria as a conduit to kind of spread her lies around. Even like you already saw in episode 1, the message in the bottle, the little notes that talked about what happened on the island after everybody died and shit, was signed by Maria. So the only person that believes in witches, basically, is the only person telling the story after everybody dies. Like, what the fuck? And you saw in all the character descriptions of episode 1, Maria's the one doing all the talking. Why? Again, everybody thinks that witches and witchcrafts are fakes, but Maria does not. And everybody's been pretending that, oh, let's indulge Maria and say that Maria is not stupid and that witches are fucking real and shit. So of course she's gonna be the one to believe in all this shit before everybody else. And now you can't tell her once there's like a hint of a fucking evidence of Beatrice existing. She's gonna be the main one saying, oh, I told your asses, and she's fucking real, and you'd never believe this shit. So now they're gonna be questioning their fucking own, rationality. Oh, is she really fucking here? Is this fucking a legit thing? Maybe we should have believed Maria all this time, right? So that's how it happens. That's how the doubt fucking starts spreading.
私も昔に2度か3度こっそりお菓子を置いてあげたことがあります。おそらく熊沢さんにも、いや使用人の皆さんや後宮家の皆さんも一度や二度はあるんじゃないでしょうか。
Almost threw Kumasawa under the bus there, right?
無邪気な小さい子が喜ぶなら口裏を合わせてお菓子を置いてくこともあるか。ってことはジョージの兄貴なんかだいぶやってそうだな。
Of course.
まあね。
It'd probably be boorish to admit to such a thing out loud. George admitted it while being extremely aware that Maria didn't find out.
つまりサンタクロースみたいなもん。
Exactly like Santa Claus.
子供の夢を守るために両親がグルで嘘をついて寝静まったこの枕元にプレゼントを置いていたと。
子供の夢って守ってあげたいし、私は当然サンタなんていないってとっくに知ってるわけだけど、
Don't say it out loud.
もし覚めなくてもいい夢だったなら一生信じていたかったぜ。
Yeah, I believed in Santa Claus until I was like, what, 8 or something? My cousins in Ohio would always tell me, oh, he's fake, he's fucking just your parents. and I never believed them until like I got old enough to realize, oh, that's fucking fake. Same with like wrestling being quote unquote fake. Yeah, it's scripted, you know, just like every other TV show in America. Doesn't mean it's fake, but yeah, it's, you know, people are not really trying to intentionally hurt each other in the moves and shit. But when I was a kid, I believed they were, you know, I believed fucking Undertaker would actually come out of a casket and shit and have these fucking demonic powers. I was a kid, of course. Believe in Santa Claus, you believe in, you know, Tooth Fairy and all that shit. You can't break kids' strings like that, though. You can't tell them that shit until they're like, you know, over the age of 8 or something like that, I guess. That's why Nanjo says it right there. Alright. They were saying all this shit out loud. Maria's hearing it. Jessica just said Santa Claus is fake, and then Nanjo's over here talking about the darkness in fucking people's hearts. And now, you know, fucking Maria's like hearing all this shit. They gotta fucking say this shit with minced fucking words here.
Hey, imasu
There you go, Chio.
Beatrice-sama wa orimasu yo.
Apparently she does.
この前もですね、サバを干して紅茶の出汁に使おうとしておりましたら、そこへひょっこり。
She's gonna try to make it into a joke.
まあ、つまり、こういう調子だったはずなんだけどね。
つまり、マリアを除けば、誰も信じてなかったはずの魔女ってわけだ。
少し言葉が足りないね。信じてなかったんじゃない。信じさせてあげようとしたんだ。
So this isn't about betraying a child's innocence, but Santa doesn't really exist in reality. If you don't want kids to be all disappointed when they learn the truth, you'd better off not showing them that dream in the first place. It's the fact that I think that this proof that I'm still a long way from becoming a full adult. The true nature of the Rokenjin witch was finally taking shape in Battler's mind. However, their current situation overrode this understanding, and in fact, it completely overturned this very premise.
という認識だったはずの魔女のベアトリーチェ様が実際に現れちまったと、そういうことか。しかもだ、おじさんたちの騒ぎを見る限り、どうも招かれた客でもないらしい。こりゃ面白そうな話だぜ。
ベアトリーチェという女性が実在しないという前提は実は存在しない。
A woman, not a witch.
ルドルフおじさんも言っていた悪魔の証明そのものだよ。ベアトリーチェと名乗る女性の存在を僕たちは誰も知らなかった。でもだからといってそれがベアトリーチェが実在する可能性を否定できるわけじゃない。
南條先生はじいさまとの付き合いが長いですよね。
Nah, you lying. He's fucking sighs before they fucking answer the question. Like, yeah, I was.
その昔、金蔵さんにベアトリーチェという愛人がいて、その隠し子がいるのではないかという話です。
As I do with every important line, I'm gonna let this linger on for a second. You guys, this is an important line. So read that. I'm not gonna say anything. Draw your own conclusions, but very important line here. Just gonna point it out and sip my beer. Oh yeah, alright. Honeycomb time, alright. Important line. Okay.
なるほどな。親父たちは遺産分配で頭がいっぱいだ。そこに愛人の娘なんてのが現れれば、面倒なことになるのは火を見るより明らかってわけだ。
クラウスさんたちも最初は源氏さんに聞かれたのでしょう。しかし源氏さんは金蔵さんに忠誠を誓う側近で、多分私よりも金蔵さんが心を許す親友です。
If he says shit, he's gonna not only betray Kinzo, the head, he's gonna betray the VIP, Beatrice. So he's not gonna tell them the fucking truth, right? The only person that would tell them the truth is Nanjo, and Nanjo cleverly excused himself from the whole conversation, and now he's with the kids. So the kids are getting the fucking truth, or as close to the truth as there can be. Nanjo ain't no fool. He ain't telling them shit.
それで次に古い友人である私の方に話を聞こうと。
で、結論として南條先生。
I wonder if he's going to answer this question. He is. Okay. What? Okay, so yeah. All right. It wasn't quite a spoiler then, because he does answer the question. It's true.
いえ、私は会ったことはありませんぞ。
So confirmation, episode 2, guys. Beatrice and Kinzo did hook up while Kinzo was married to another woman. The people that he had kids with, basically. So, the woman that he had kids with. So, Rudolf, Kraus, Eva, Rosa, their mother is not Beatrice, but Beatrice and Kinzo hooked up while he was married to that woman. To that woman! He did have sex with that woman. And he may or may not have had a illegitimate daughter with that woman who was named Beatrice. Yeah, the mistress passed away, but the kid might or might not be Beatrice, basically. That's what we're theorizing right now.
死んだ。その間に子供がいたとか。
それはわかりません。
Okay, he does know the answer to that. If either it's a yes or a no, he does know the answer to that. He's not saying. So just let you know that. Nanjo knows everything, basically. Pretty much all the servants in the room know everything, including Nanjo. He was not really a servant, but Kumasawa knows the answer. If Shannon and Kanon are there, they know the answer. Nanjo knows the answer, but they're not saying.
ただ金蔵さんは
They know.
ベアトリーチェを蘇らせるために研究をしていると常々言っておりました。
So it seems like Nanjo's just giving them pieces of the truth here. Which he is.
普通は愛人を失い忘れがたみがいたならばそちらにその分の愛情を注ぐものです。
You see how he's talking though? Like he's like, oh, hypothetically, if he did have a child, he would probably pour all his love into that child. So he's telling them the truth, but he's not saying it in a fucking direct way, basically. But I mean, literally, that's pretty much what happened. So I'm not the one spoiling; it's Nanjo who's spoiling. All right, so we're getting confirmation here. Beatrice is the kid that, in normal circumstances, Kinzo would have poured all of his love into, but of course, Beatrice was never around for any of the kids in the room or any of the siblings that are their parents' lives. And he's always been like, oh, Beato Riche, I miss you, blah, blah, blah. So he's implying that Beatrice is the kid that Kinzo is missing and shit. Like he wants to find her again, basically. That's what he's implying, basically. Because we already know the mistress is dead. So Beatrice is not the mistress. Beatrice should be the kid at that point.
ですから金蔵さんとベアトリーチェの間に子供はいなかったろうと私たちは自然に考えました。
Yeah, you see the portrait change there.
ってことは、それも悪魔の証明になっちまうな。
なるぜ。愛人との間に子供がいなかったことは証明不能。
Yep.
現にこうして現れた以上、いたってことになっちまうわけか。
There you go.
少し暴力的な理論だね。後宮家の遺産問題でトラブルが生じていることを聞きつけ、何者かがおじい様の大昔の愛人関係を知り、それを装って遺産問題に食い込もうとしているとかの方が
Normally I said on
現実
George,
的
but
だよ。
that's a fairly good hypothesis too. So you can argue either or. Either there's a legit fucking heir to the throne, or somebody's just impersonating her. Very legit.
現実的ではある。
Good point, George. I'll give you a point for them.
しかし、
He's still a bastard.
本当に彼女が隠し子で。
Exactly.
しかもその上、じい様に顧みられなくて、 孤独に生き復讐に帰ってきたって設定も否定
That one
はで
seems
き
more
ねえ
fucking
な。
juicy. That possibility. Other than the one George did.
復讐
Revenge! Treachery!
ああ、すまんすまん。男なんだよ。ついつい面白そうな方に脚色しちまうぜ。妙なドラマの見過ぎだな。
Normally that would have come as a light joke. But the joke had landed in an uninvited mystery guest calling herself Beatrice, had marching on the day of the family conference, where the bloody argument that the inheritance had become took center stage. There was no way Battler's joke would be welcomed with laughter. So it was a really big help when Nanjo laughed brightly to calm everyone down. Nanjo knows how to cut through that shit. I'm Nanjo, the Jolly Doctor. Ah ha ha ha. Let's smoke a spliff.
なるほどなるほど。
なるほど
それはなかなか
なるほど。
面白そうですな。そんな筋書きの小説
Who
を
wants to light up this blunt?
ぜひ読んでみたいものです。
まあ現実にはそんなことはできねえと思う。何しろよ、今この島には18人もいるんだぜ。
After tonight, dog. Tonight it's gonna be fucking 12. Oh,
妙
I'm
なこ
jumping
とを
ahead
すれば
though.
すぐにでも取り押さえられちまう。それに台風のおかげで島から逃げ出すこと
That
もで
works
きない。
against you guys. There's a typhoon. You can't leave the island, or you can't call the cops. That does not work in your favor, sir.
つまりとんでもない事件を起こそうにも
That's
ど
what
う
you
にも
think.
ならねえってことさ。
That's what Badler thinks.
同感だね。
Alright, stupid ass George.
退路の断たれた袋
You know
小
what the
路
fuck you're
で
talking about.
しかも十分怪しまれているような状況下でそんな恐ろしい復讐劇なんかとてもできるとは思わない
You
ね。
seriously doubt. Okay.
でしょうな。ならば姿など表さずに暗躍しての復讐の方が現実味があるというものです。
Like in episode 1.
堂々と姿を現して仇討ちなど時代劇の中でしか考えられませんな。
わからねえぜ。復讐ってのは感情でやるもんだ。理屈じゃねえぜ。それこそ差し違えてでもなんて考えたら別に警察も人数も退路がなくても何も怖くはないかもしれねえぜ。
大丈夫だよジェシカちゃん。僕たちが想像するような物騒なことは何も起きないよ。
You fucking lying bitch. You bitch.
遺産をめぐっておじさんたちがバトルロイヤルってのが物騒なことじゃねえってんならな。
Right?
そうだよな。父さんもルドルフおじさんも体格いいし、エヴァおばさんなんか格闘
Yeah,
技
Eva's awesome, dude. You guys haven't seen it yet, but Eva knows how to do Chinese fucking martial arts. She's a karate master, I believe, or something like that. It's ridiculous. When she actually gets into a fight, you'll see. She can handle herself.
大丈夫だよね。
She doesn't wear that fucking Chinese dress for nothing, basically. It's like a Shaolin fucking princess. Jessica didn't say it out loud, but she vaguely noticed that her own father stood in opposition to all the other siblings on the inheritance issue. I mean, they're all on the same side now, that they're all against Beatrice, basically. But before, yeah, totally. Usually you played nice in front of the children, but when that pretense was lifted away like it had been a dinner, the result would be a tumultuous uproar. After realizing this, it was only natural for Jessica to be frightened at the thought that her parents might get caught up in some kind of trouble and become human sacrifices for something terrifying. Why would she go right to human sacrifice? Why is she thinking that, right? It's weird. It's
だよな。
a weird jump.
ジョージの兄貴の言う通りだぜ。何も起こらね
I
え
mean,
よ
it's。probably supposed to happen, but I mean, how does she know that, right?
魔女様の名前を語ろうとも魔法も使えない人間の女が一人で何ができるってん
I
だ。
like how even Battler in the chessboard land instead of the Battler in the metal land. He's already denying that that's an actual witch. That's fucking still a human woman. In bold letters, he's like, oh, that's a human witch. It's not a fucking witch. So even the fucking Battler in the game is denying Beatrice. I love it. I love it. That's how we do it. That's how Battler rolls. Ooh. That's not cool. I'm gonna do I'll do Nando describing this shit because he's the impartial viewer now at this point. The sudden creepy laugh made them all jump, and when they realized the strange laugh was coming from Maria, they were shocked again.
そうなんだ。それがバトラの認識なんだね。
気色悪い声で笑うんじゃねえぜ。
バトラはベアトリーチェの存在をとりあえずは認めてる。19人目の客人程度には認めてる。でもそこまでだね。19人目のベアトリーチェが魔女であることは認めてないね。
That's right.
突然何を言い出すかと思えば。そりゃそうだろ。魔女なんているわけがねえ。それを語る人間の女しかありえねえだろうが。
あれ？おかしいよ、バトラー。それは悪魔の証明だよ。
That is the devil's proof. She's right.
魔女なんているわけがねえ。でもそれはバトラが魔女に会ったことがないというだけで魔女の存在を否定することにはならないね。
Got you there.
そうだな。確かにそうだ。魔女がいねえを証明することはできない。しかし証明はできなくても主張はできる。魔女はいねえという俺の主張だ。
どうして魔女はいないなんて証明できないくせに主張できるの？
そんなものはいねえからだよ。
That's not a good excuse. What is a good excuse would be because I can disprove everything that a witch can do through logic. So every kind of instance of magic, like the candy wrapper being magically refurbished and shit for Maria earlier in this episode, it was a sleight of hand trick. Bam. So that explains away that magic. Or any other instance of magic that Beatrice has committed throughout this episode, you can explain away with logic. That's the fucking good excuse for witches not existing. Not just because they don't exist, that's because I said so. Not a good argument, guy.
それで QED？ 何の証拠も根拠もなく証明しよう。
Yeah, without evidence, that's not a good
無知が
argument.
自分の浅が草を棚上げする時の典型例。
She's not wrong.
暴力的思考停止だね。
となりゃ答えは一つだぜ、マリア。魔女側の反証しかねえってことだろ。
Oh, okay, I see what he's doing. Okay. So if they show proof first of witches being a thing, then he could actually, like, pretend to argue it. But since they haven't shown any proof, just speculation, then yeah, he doesn't even need to fucking show any evidence.
これまた悪魔の証明だ。
That's true. They both have devil's proofs.
連れてくりゃ話は早い。この場合
I like how he did that. He
ベア
turned
ト
the
リーチェと
chessboard
名乗る
around.
ご婦人がお星様がキラキラ飛び散るような華麗な魔法をステッキででも披露して人間には不可能なことをやってみせればいいってことだろ。
ほらお二人とも
Stalemate.
落ち着いてくださいな。
Kumasawa noticed that the atmosphere between was getting worse and tried to call on them. It seemed as though Badler quickly realized that he wasn't acting like an adult. But Maria's expression didn't loosen. As she laughed creepily, she kept staring at Badler.
マリアももうよせよ。機嫌直そうぜ。な。
それが望みならベアトリーチェはきっと見せてくれるよ。人間には不可能なこと。そしたらバトラも信じるんだよね。ベアトリーチェのこと。
おう、そいつを拝ましてくれたら信じてやろうじゃねえか。
魔女とバトラの議論のチェスだね。チェックメイトされたらバトラは魔女を信じる。
おお、洒落た例えだぜ。魔女が魔法を見せる。俺のキングにチェックをかける。俺は人間でも何らかの手段で再現可能だとイチャモンをつけてキングを逃がす。
Exactly. That's pretty much the summation of this entire game. Right there.
それができなきゃチェックメイトってのは確かにいい例えだ。
バトラ、チェスというのは相手も自分も同じ動きの駒を持ってる。だから相手の手も読める。でもね、相手の駒がバトラの駒よりさらに不思議な動きができることをバトラは魔女のはずないからと、ベアトリーチェの動かす駒の動きを自分とどうせ同じだと決めつけている。
He does? That's true.
でもね、悪いけどバトラのチェスの相手は人間じゃない。魔女なの。人間にはさせない駒の動きができる。
Unless she's not a witch. If she's a human, then he
バ
can
トラ
predict
は
everything
今
she does.
そこの認識を間違えているの。バトラはキリエおばさんのチェス盤思考って好きでしょ？
ああ、相手の立場に立っての思考術ってやつを気に入って
だからダメなの。相手は魔女なのにバトラはそれを認めない。だから魔女のさせる手を理解できずチェス盤思考が通じない。相手の認識を間違えている。チェス盤思考の一番最初の前提が崩れてる。
おお、そう来るかよ。
そなたは魔女とのチェスに勝てぬ。
That's only if witches actually exist, though. But true, Shay.
その後のことはわかりません。私たち使用人は食堂に近づくなと厳命されましたもので。
That's not good. So dining room's been locked off, and then 6 people have to die tonight. So we haven't seen hide nor hair of the adults since we left them. They're probably dead.
なるほどね。それでシャノンはそのベアトリーチェという人物に以前会ったことはある？
わかりません。
Why is she lying? She knows she's met Beatrice before. There's a slightly odd way to say it. It didn't quite sound as if she was saying her memory was hazy. She's lying.
私たち使用人にとってベアトリーチェ様はお屋敷のもう一人の主です。親方様に感化されてそうだと吹聴しているというふうに私がここへ勤め始めた時からベアトリーチェ様の話はすでに囁かれておりました。
前に聞いたよ。敬わないと呪われたりして実際に事故に遭った使用人もいるんでしょ？
ええ、ただ信じる信じないに個人差があったのは確かです。私はそういうものには敬いを忘れないのが信条ですので、黄金の魔女というその不確かな存在がきっといるとおぼろげに信じていました。
So you kind of ask yourself why she is not talking about Beatrice the same way that she talks about her with Kanon, with Genji, with Kumasawa, the other servants in general. Like, she talks about Beatrice openly and like, oh, she's a real person, blah blah blah. But now she's talking with George. Shannon's like, she might exist. She's like a shadowy being, like it's called the Golden Witch that might exist. Like that's kind of weird, isn't it? And this is the guy she's gonna marry. Why would she be hiding shit from him of all people? So just to point that out really quick. There's a reason why she's hiding shit.
それで実際にその不確かな存在の魔女が姿を現して堂々と玄関からやってきた。
Remember the person you served lunch, Shannon? Do you remember that? Because you fucking served lunch with somebody called Beatrice, I thought we saw that scene. Maybe not. Now you're not saying shit about it to George for some reason, right? What the hell's that? She doesn't know, right? Why is she lying? Why is she lying? Why are you lying? Oh my god. Stop fucking lying. And I thought she was going to accept his ring too. But oh, maybe she's not. Maybe she's not going to.
夕食を運んだ時に何か話はした？
いえ、
何も。That's a blatant lie right there. Blatant.
そっか。
Yeah, there's something going on with Shannon here.
しかし、ご飯を食べる魔女というんじゃ、なんだかリアリティがないね。やっぱり、この島の魔女伝説を知る何者かが、ベアトリーチェの名を語っているだけなんだろうね。シャノンちゃんは、ベアトリーチェを多分、お屋敷の守り神みたいに思って敬ってきた気持ちがあると思うんだよ。だから、それを名乗る人物が現れたので、少し動揺しちゃったんじゃないかな。
Thanks for mansplaining that.
そうですね。きっとそうなんじゃないかと思います。
Yeah, must be it. Thanks, Lord. Thanks, me Lord. George was slightly at a loss of what to do about Shannon's downcast appearance and her lying fucking ass. Maybe not just Genji, but even the young servants had been ruthlessly questioned as to whether they knew anything about this Beatrice person, thinking that he tried to cheer up somehow. With money. Surely just like Maria and Jessica. Shannon was unable to fully hide the agitation caused by the sudden visit of this person calling herself the Golden Witch. The Golden Bitch. He'd been so sure that was the case. But George probably had no way of looking into Shannon's heart. Shannon was bitter and sad. The door to the Golden Land would be opened. The witch had definitely told her that. That meant the demise of everything. Even if she accepted the ring from George, they would never be married now. No, in the first place. Did furniture like her even have the right to be married? Even if the witch hadn't come to signal their demise, wasn't their relationship fated to fail sooner or later? Had she turned her gaze to focus solely on those fun days spent with George while purposefully closing her eyes to the sad reality? Yes. Short answer, yes.
どうしたんだい？
What's wrong, baby?
さっきから本当に元気がない。
I'm about to spoon. What's wrong, baby? Come on now.
婚約って。
Nice young. Come on now.
何でしょうか。
結婚の約束をするという意味だよ。でも僕はその意味において結婚と同じものだと考えてる。
Engagement means you can still sleep with somebody else without committing adultery. That's what that means. That's the only difference with marriage.
僕は今すぐにでも
Sorry, buddy.
君をめとって家へ連れ帰りたい。
I want to take you home tonight.
でも僕は今修行中の身でまだまだ自らの城を築き上げる力量がない。だからこそ一人前になって初めて胸を張って君を連れ帰りたいんだ。
I got to take you home tonight.
それは遠い未来の話じゃない。
Channeling his inner Rina Ryugu. Can I take you home, please?
ほんの3年ほどを待ってほしいというだけの話なんだ。
Look at this guy. Look at this fucking guy, dude.
でも僕はだからといって3年間自分の気持ちを偽っていたくない。
Is she not 18? Hold on, let me give me a second here, guys. So I never really looked at the character profiles for a while here. Let me go to Shannon real quick. Does it tell her age? It's just young. Okay, young and experienced servant. So she must be not like 18 yet, I guess. So wait a minute, does it tell Battler's age here? No. It doesn't tell anybody's age, really. Alright. We know that she's the student council president here, so she's got to be at least 15. More like fucking 18, though, I would say. If she's student council president, senior in fucking high school, she's got to be like 17, 18. I would say 17, 18. And she's the, I think she's the youngest, right? He's the oldest. Yeah, he's the oldest of the 4 cousins, so he's got to be 18 at the very least. And he's telling her to wait 3 years, so possibly she is 15. And he's like, man, I'm 18, you're 15. I'm gonna have you wait 3 years while I fucking get my money and shit. I'll be 21, I'll be an adult, and then we can hook up, and I take your ass home. I guess. Like, I don't know how old Shannon is at this point. I really don't. Doesn't tell you. But he's got to be 18 at least. Probably 19, I would say. Maybe closer to 19. He's trying to get married right now. His mom's trying to marry him off right now. He's got to be 19 or something like that. I'm guessing.
だから婚約指輪を贈ろうと決めたんだ。それは男として情けない理由かもしれない。妻と仕事を両立できないから待ってほしいなんて理由での婚約なんて情けないものかもしれない。
It's not shameful, it's stupid though. I wouldn't say it's shameful though. It's very stupid. Like, you don't have anything fucking set up yet. You know, you haven't even made your fucking way yet. You barely graduated high school probably. You don't know what the fuck she even wants in her life. Like, you just met her fucking... Well, I mean, you met her for a long time, but you just started dating her for like, what, weeks? And now you want to give her a ring? That's stupid. That's just stupid. It's not shameful at all though. It's kind of respectable to be honest, but it's stupid, definitely.
ありがとうございます。ジョージさんにとって婚約
It's gonna work, like I said. He's fucking rich. Who's gonna say no to that shit? You can do stupid things when you're rich, right? You're a rich boy. You're a rich playboy. And I'm gonna date you for a week. I'm gonna go out on one date with you, take you to the fucking aquarium and shit. Oh, here's a ring. You wanna marry me? Is she gonna say no? Fuck no, she ain't gonna say no. She's gonna say yes, bitch. So that's what he's doing. Not shameful, it's just very stupid on his part. There's no prenup. I'm just saying, man, there's no prenup. Fucking, she's gonna say yes, of course. Y'all wanna get engaged. Eventually getting married. He's not gonna fucking look at another woman for 3 years. Like a dumbass. That's stupid. It's fucking stupid, because then once you become a man in 3 years, you're gonna be tied to this girl now. Because, oh, you wanna be respectable, basically. Keep your promise. You're gonna marry her, no prenup, right? Then she's gonna divorce you next week. And then have all your fucking money that you fucking spent 3 years to fucking set up. Like a dumb ass. That's just very stupid. Hey, that's George. That's George in a nutshell. Very stupid. He's the smartest stupid dude in the world.
尊い約束を指輪の形で残す恋人たちの宣誓なんだ。
だとすると、すぐにも結婚するなら不要なものということになる。
その時は婚約指輪じゃない。結婚指輪として渡すよ。どちらにせよ、君に指輪を贈ることに変わりはないのさ。
この女は俺のものだから、誰も手を出すなよっていう売約札みたいなものですね。
いや、その。
That's exactly what it is. Don't lie. I mean, he got what he wants. She's gonna get what she wants to. Until they both die tonight. Tonight, I don't even know. Maybe the next night, who knows? Somebody's dying tonight. George knew that he was weak by nature. When he'd been captivated by Shannon and had sworn to become an excellent man, he had also sworn to throw away that weak part of himself. So even if he had to be blunt about it, he chose to answer a little roughly. He was sure that doing so would bolster and reassure Shannon. I mean, she's in better mood than she was before, so it might have worked.
Yeah. その通りかもしれない。
Put your stamp on her, girl.
さよ。君を僕の妻にする。
There you go. Like I said, it's not shameful. It's fucking. It's definitely respectable in a certain sense. That he's like, okay, I'm gonna marry you before I fucking fuck around and dick around like a playboy. I'm gonna actually commit to this girl, and then build my way to fucking manhood and shit with her. and that's that basically, without whatever the fuck my mother wants me to do. So it's respectable, definitely, but it's, you know, it's naive, it's stupid at best. Naively stupid, I would say. Like, you need to fucking take your time and fucking figure out who you are as a man before you propose to some chick that you fucking just grew up with as a kid. That's not the way to do it, dude. But you can't tell these rich boys whatever the fuck you think is fucking rational thought, because they don't live in the same world as you live in. They live in their own fucking fantasy world, where money buys everything, basically. He can buy his own fucking wedding ring before he even, you know, has a job, basically. He's still in school, dude, and he's got a wedding ring, right? That's the kind of money he has, so can't really tell him too much about, rational thought. He's not living in reality. I get what I want, basically. That's what he does. I take what I want.
そういう指輪だよ。間違いない。
ありがとうございます。ジョージ、本当に。
That's all you gotta say if you were in Shannon's position. Thank you very much, George, son. I'll take that ring. I'll be very happy. Even if you're gonna die, and she knows she's gonna die, basically, from what Beato says, from taking the ring. Well, you better take there's no other choice. You better take that fucking ring. I'd rather be rich for fucking 2 minutes than poor for the rest of my life. Fuck that. Right? That's what she's thinking. Then George, son, if it was decided by fate that this engagement ring, that this promise could never be fulfilled. Oh, this is Shannon talking, I'm sorry. Then George, son, if it was decided by fate that this engagement ring, that this promise could never be fulfilled, would you still give it to me? Even though we're gonna be killed in like, what, 2 minutes after this fucking engagement? Shannon tried to ask that, but she followed her words. Because George had already spoken the answer. George had said it. He had said that to him an engagement ring was infinitely similar to a wedding ring. Therefore, accepting George's ring had a significance far more sacred than the promise to marry. You're fucking married now. We're husband and wife. I have your money now. I can spend your fucking credit cards.
僕はあえてこれを婚約指輪と呼ぶのをやめにする。今からこれは婚約じゃない。結婚指輪だ。
いいのでしょうか。神様の祝福もなく、私たちが結ばれたことを、勝手に宣言してもいいのでしょうか。
うん。神様も父さんも母さんも
Marriage is a
全て
cross
自
check
己報
anyway.
告で十分さ。
God doesn't even enter into it unless you want it to be, basically. Unless your faith is that high that you want God to fucking bless your marriage. It's a fucking human construct. You can be with somebody without being married. You'll be common law married after a fucking, I think 7 years, whatever. I think, of living together. But you don't have to be married to be with somebody forever. It's this fucking society's fucking shackles on you, basically.
僕たちが
I'm a little jaded
二
tonight,
人は
sorry
結
guys.
ばれた
a
と
little
一
jaded
方的に
tonight.
宣言する。それは誰にも覆せない。
ジョージさん。
Georgie, son. Put that ring on me,
僕は
boy.
一時の感情で言ってるんじゃない。今だけの君を見て言ってるんじゃない。
There you are.
明日の君も、明後日の君も、それこそ未来の老後の君すらも見据えて言っている。
See, a lot of this is not going to age well. What he's saying right now. But, I mean, just keep it in mind. I'm not going to, like, point it out as in one of the lines that I point out as, like, a potential spoiler for later, but this is a kind of funny line for him to say. Just kind of funny.
ジョージさんが話していることですよね。元気な子供や孫たちに囲まれて、ゆっくりとした老後を過ごしたいって。
It's very funny. In a twisted kind of way.
うん。その時、僕の隣には、年老いた君がいる。それを僕は予告、いや、予言するよ。うん。
No.
必ずその日は訪れるから。
Well, it's funny right off the bat because you're going to get killed pretty soon. But it's also funny in another way. So you guys don't understand that secondly yet. But of course, they're pretty much going to die pretty soon because she accepted the ring. So now they're almost doomed to die.
必ず訪れますか信じてもいいですか
She chooses to believe in the lie, though. That's what she's doing right now. Like, oh, we have a slight miracle chance of surviving here.
必ず
They're not dying, but
絶対
I think they're dead.
それを
I'm gonna say they're
言
probably
葉
dead.
でない形で証明するのがこの指輪なんだよ。
You don't fuck with Beatrice.
見せてください。
えああ
Fuck you, George.
これさ
That's not how a man proposes. Come on, dude. Get it together. George, thinking he was being told to show her the ring, hurriedly took out the ring box. Even though he had practiced so much, he hadn't been able to do it cool. He's a fool, that's why. But Shannon wasn't looking at that. In her straight and direct gaze were vague tears and a smile. She focused her eyes on George's eyes, no, on something she could see beyond his eyes.
私にその未来を見せてください。
Again, this is a double meaning here. She's saying, please show me the future, as in, please, like, let our love fucking take us past this fucking witch's fucking threats, so we can actually get married and shit, and, like, see you tomorrow. Because right now, she's pretty much almost certain that she's gonna die once she accepts his proposal and this ring by George. But George is telling her to believe in him and believe in the future with him. So she's gonna take that fucking chance and try to believe in the magic of their fucking love. Yeah. It's making me like sick just to say it, but I'm jaded tonight, guys. Sorry, but that's what she's believing in. And George, this is a fucking clueless asshole. Doesn't even understand the shit she's going through right now. But he just wants her to say yes, basically, to this proposal request. And she appears to be ready to say yes, so he's happy. He's on cloud 9 right now. He's all nervous and shit.
見せるよ
Instead of acting cool as fucking he usually does when he's in front of like Maria and people like that, he's not acting cool at all.
必ず
It's all flustered.
約束する老後までじゃない死んだ後も
Okay, well that's a good thing
僕
to
らは
say.
魂になっても
Okay,
ずっとずっと一緒にいる
that's not too bad to say that either, right? Shannon wiped away her tears and took the ring box. Inside was a diamond ring worthy of blessing the two of them. George said the line that he practiced over and over again inside his head.
その指輪を好きな指にはめてそれを返事にしてほしいんだつまり明日の朝までに
Give her a fucking time limit, dude. Just have her put it on right now, dude. Come on. Be a man. Shannon smiled, took the ring, and with a completely natural movement, put it on the ring finger of her left hand. There you go. Fucking ask her to wait till tomorrow morning? Are you fucking serious, dude? So she already answered. The left hand means, oh, I'm engaged, basically. It really had looked like such a natural, ordinary movement. And for a while, George was stunned. So naturally, I'm going back and forth between George and Shannon's point of views in these narrations, guys. George is the British guy. And Shannon's the, obviously the girl accent.
ジョージさん
There you go.
シャノンいや
Shannon
さよ
魂になってもずっとずっと一緒ですジョージさん
Yeah, she liked that line, didn't she? There's no blessing from God, no pastor to witness, nothing. But the two were married and proclaimed it. The two souls were joined here today. Aww. As the rain continues, you know.
姉さんは
Oh, Kanon doesn't like that. Kanon's fucking a downer on that engagement. Give me a second, guys. We're gonna go on a quick break here. Hour 4. The 4th hour break. Kanon's being a Debbie Downer here. We'll continue in a second though. Enjoy the rain ambience again. And we're back. Kanon's not having this lovey-dovey shit. So he's gonna have something to say about it, looks like.
そうかな。
家具のくせに。
Of course. He goes right to the furniture line, right? Of course.
家具のくせに。
私、家具じゃないよ。もう。
嘘だ。人間になんか絶対になれないって知ってるくせに。
Love that line. 嘘だ
黄金鏡へ行かなきゃ人間になれないって知ってるくせに。なのに、どうして黄金鏡へ生きる約束を自分で保護に。
そっか。指輪を受け取ったら、ベアトリーチェ様との約束がなかったことになっちゃうんだったね。ごめんね。
Yeah, he kissed her feet for nothing, basically. He's kind of pissed.
僕も姉さんも、ジョージ様も親方様もみんな条件は同じだ。13人が生贄にされる。5人しか黄金鏡に招かれない。その一石を蹴るなんて。
おかしいね。未練があるのはカノン君の方みたいだね。
未練があるのは姉さんの方じゃないか。婚約しちゃったんだろ 果たせない運命なのを知りながら。
ずっとずっと永遠に一緒だよって約束した。だからね、その瞬間に私たちの永遠は完成したの。たとえ私たちが生贄になってしまうとしても。だからいいの。未練があるのはむしろカノン君の方。私たちは家具なんでしょ。私たちはどういう結果になろうとも解放される。
Let me just say this real quick. There's nobody in this world is fucking as pure as Shannon is. Like, to a disturbing degree. Like, nobody thinks the way she thinks. Like, when you hear the fucking shit that comes out of her mouth. Who is that good, dude? Mother Teresa isn't that good, right? Like, what the fuck? Like, there's something going on with Shannon. To whereas she's such a pure character. It's like she's almost trying to be such a pure character, right? That's the impression I'm getting. Especially when I first played it, I'm like, damn, there's no way that there's anybody that good in this fucking world. No chance. And especially when you're in this environment and you're being constantly berated by Natsuhi and shit. You're subjected to whatever the fuck Kinzo has you doing and shit all the time. There's no way this girl can be this good going up in the fucking, like a fucking servant house, the Fukuin house, where she doesn't even know her fucking real parents and shit, right? It's kind of weird. It's kind of weird, and it's kind of like it just stands out. Willing to like sacrifice herself for love, literally for just love.
なのに、カノン君は黄金鏡へ行くことに固執してる。どうしても人間になりたいんでしょ？どうして？
人間になりたいからだよ。家具はもう嫌だ。
どうして？
僕も恋がしたかったんだ。
Tears were coming out of Kanon's eyes, and he howled.
お嬢様のことが好きだ。そしてあの日のお嬢様の姿を見てもっと好きになった。そしてお嬢様も僕のことが好きだと分かって。でも僕は核でお嬢様の気持ちを受け止めることはできなくて。
Hey, you liked her, but you denied her, dude.
それが勘違いだった。私たちは家具かもしれない。でも恋をする資格がないわけじゃなかった。
添い遂げられぬ思いならない方がマシだって思った。いつか自分も消え去る日が来て、それがきっとお嬢様を傷つけるなんて勝手に決めつけて。違うんだ。僕が怯えていただけなんだ。僕は永遠になれない恋ならしない方がマシだって怯えてた。
セミは生涯のうち数週間にも満たないわずかな期間で恋をして消えていくんだって。数週間で終わる恋だからと恋をしないセミはいないんじゃないかな。
Seemed like Kanon was still muttering his regrets, but by now, it was all jumbled up with his sobs.
あの魔女が憎い。僕にどうしてこんな気持ちを植え付けて。あいつさえ妙ないたずらをしなければ、僕はお嬢様のことなんか気にならなかったのに。
ベアトリーチェ様はひどいね。カノン君にそうやって悔し泣きをさせるために運命をいたずらした。でも魔女の思惑は多分外れてる。だって
Knowing love isn't a regret that ties you to life. It's the destination we're supposed to reach in our journey through life. Well said, Shannon.
というわけだ、カノン。せっかくの約束はこれで遂行だな。さてさて、これにて全ての駒の条件は同じよ。駒は18。生き残る5人は誰か。
Who would the 5 survivors be?
それとも誰かがこの儀式を打ち壊してみせるか。誰がどうやってこれはチェスプロブレムではない対等なゲームだ。わらわだけが一方的に詰めるわけではない。そなたはわらわの詰めから懸命に逃れ続け、引き分け無効試合に持ち込むことができる。まあせいぜいそなたにできるのはそれを延々と繰り返すのが関の山よ。そしておそらくそれはそなたにとってそう難しいことでは。しかしそなたは永遠に続く無効試合にやがて精神をすり減らし、やがてその時にこそ敗北を受け入れ、わらわに屈服することになるであろう。
So Beatrice is always in the meta world, basically. Whenever she is on screen, even in the episode, in the game, inside the chess game, she's always her mentality is always in the meta world, where she's talking with battler in the meta world. But the battler in the chess game is a chess piece, basically. So if you see him on screen talking to like his sibling, or not his cousins and his fucking dad, his fucking stepmom and shit like that, that's actually the chess piece battler. That's not the actual meta world battler, the real battler, basically. So there's two different personas for battler, but there's only one Beatrice, basically, and that's the same Beatrice that's talking to battler. So she's over here gloating about her win upcoming in this chess game, even though she's on the chessboard right now. It's the same person, the piece and the player.
それはわらわにも敗北の条件を設けてあることだ。負けのないゲームほど退屈なものはないのでな。わらわを負かす方法、それはわらわの肖像画に捧げられたあの碑文よ。あれこそは黄金鏡の扉の開き方にして同時に儀式を打ち破る鍵でもある。わらわは碑文に従い儀式を完遂する。そなたは碑文の謎を解き儀式を打ち破りわらわを滅ぼす。碑文に隠された謎を解きわらわが金蔵に値し莫大なる黄金のありかを暴いてみせよ。こたびのゲームはどういう結末を見せるのやら健闘を期待するぞ。わらわを楽しませてみせろよ、後ろ宮バトラー。
If you didn't know that he was the same person as the meta world Beatrice, then you know it now, because she's talking to Battler directly, which she wouldn't do in the chessboard because they never talked at all.
異論はない。私と夏日は認める。
信じられないし、それが現実なのね。
夏日、言葉を少し選びなさい。彼女は当家の最高の賓客なのだ。
わしらも認める。食うのにも出えへん。
認めるわ。一片の文句もない。まさか本当に素直にあなたに尊敬の念を覚えるわ。
Wow, Eva's saying that something's gone down in this church, in the chapel on the property.
私もよ。すごいわ。 純粋に尊敬する。だから認めざるを得ないわ。
俺も認めるぜ。未だに信じられねえ。だがどうしようね。悪魔を証明しちまった。あんたの勝ちだ。
悪魔の証明はそなたが好む証明不能への便利な言い訳だったが、あだになったようだな。
いじめるなよ魔女様。俺はもうあんたを認めてるぜ。降参だ。
Kyrie is not liking that.
キリエ、まだ異論があるか？わらわは全員一致しか好まぬ。お前一人がわらわの存在を認めぬならば。
As the witch laughed boldly, the siblings started getting frantic. They were afraid of displeasing the witch. Kyrie lightly closed her eyes and, after keeping silent for a while, opened her mouth.
ごめんなさい、降参よ。
Only Kyrie had faced the witch with stern eyes until the end. However, this had only resulted in her refusing to accept the truth for a short time. The truth, the being that was before their eyes, couldn't be denied. Devils had already been proven. So this is very convenient for Beatrice. She didn't show a damn thing that took place in this chapel. Now she's showing an aftermath of like 7 of the adults here just agreeing that she's a witch, basically. So Battler has no leg to stand on, basically, at this point, because all the adults are agreeing that she's existing and she's a witch. So, but they didn't show anything though of why she got everybody to agree with this, or what she did, what kind of witchcraft she proved her being a witch with. They just fucking all seem to say it. Again, we're being shown this. We're not being we're being told this. We're not being shown this. So Beatrice is telling us this is what happened, but we didn't see anything, and nothing can be proven. Basically, still is the devil's truth. Keep that in mind.
私も認めるわ。あなたは
During this episode, they all resign to the witch.
後宮家の顧問錬金術師、そして偉大なる魔法の使い手。
Yeah, we didn't see anything about magic though that happened. This is just a story Beatrice is telling us that happened, so it's not proof. That's all we're going to see of that meeting, that exchange. Looks like. It's now midnight. Dawn of the first day. It only rang 3 times. No, it's 3 o'clock. Round and round we go, the Demon's Roulette. Selecting victims right now. Which 6 of these will die? 6 people that are shown right now will die. Any guesses? I wish I knew how to do that prediction thing on Twitch. You can't make 6 options though, so oh well, never mind. But anybody want to take any guesses on who's gonna die here? I know who's gonna die, so I really can't speculate too much. Apparently Beatrice is one of the options in this game. We'll see. It's past midnight. We're going to 6 o'clock. 6 in the morning. The second day. Oh yeah. Alright. Let's go. So now we're really into the game now. Second day. What is that sound that always fills my ears? Is it the sound of the rain? The sound of a waterfall? Or could it be a radio static? It's definitely the rain. If not, I want it to be the sound of blood flowing through my body. I want it to be the sound of blood circulating throughout me, telling me that I'm still alive. Oh, it's Kinzo. Kinzo's still alive? Whoa. Okay. Usually Kinzo's dead. The light entering through the crack on the curtain was faint, but it was at least told him that dawn had broken. I can't do Kinzo's voice for some reason. That's not gonna be his voice. Let's see. Oh yeah, okay. I know what Kinzo's voice is. Kinzo, still in the position that he'd been in when he woke up. Still sitting in a chair and looking up at the ceiling. Felt the blood slowly travel throughout his body. I'm Kinzo Ushiromiya. I like how my avatar is like sad, talking like this. Judging by the clock, it was early morning, 6 o'clock on the dot. Where's my little butterball biscuits? I wanna go ahead and suckle them like a ostrich over here looking at worms in the ground. I wanna sop them up like a biscuit. No matter how tired he was, no matter how deeply he slept, he always woke up at exactly this time, as though he had measured it with an hourglass. He didn't think of this as something to boast about, but he told himself that, as long as he could still manage this, his health couldn't be that bad. Oh, but you had to reach it!
どうやら最初の生贄は逃れたということらしい。ルーレットの目が幸運だったのか、
This guy motherfucking uses magical barriers. He avoided the first sacrifice by using those magical barriers. Some motherfucker cheated.
区別のつかぬところがなんとももどかしいが、それは言うまい。
The motherfucker that's on death's door is he probably got like a month to live. Oh, let me use some magical barriers to kill one of my kids instead of me. Like, what the fuck, dude? Kinzo was struck by a faint desire to see beyond the studded door. After all, he might find the traces of someone's vain struggle to break through the door. A sign that someone had tried to select him as one of the first 6 sacrifices.
人間とは安っぽい生き
He's
物
talking
だ
about himself,
な。
isn't he?
人事を尽くして天命を待ちながら幸運を得られた時にはそれが単なる幸運
He's
で
definitely
は
talking
な
about
く、
himself. What the fuck?
己の技量によるものだったとうぬぼれたく
So he
も
kind
な
of hates
る。
himself, it seems like. That was why he wanted to check whether there was a wretched mark on the door. The very desire was human. And that was why Kinzo did not check. He often rejected desires that came to him because he was human. he often rejected desires that came to him because he was human. I'm just gonna let that line breathe real quick, because that's a blatant lie. Okay, we'll let that line just breathe for a few seconds here while I drink. I finished my beer for that line, but that's a big ass line. Wow, I kind of see what they're going for in episode 2 here, though. When Kinzo has this inner dialogue, he's trying to portray himself as the best version of himself, basically. It's all fantasy, though. Everything he's thinking, everything he's saying internally, and his internal narration here, it's a fucking exact opposite of what he truly believes in his mind. So you guys should kind of like keep that in mind here at this point. By doing that, he could be immersed in a feeling of sufficiency, as though he himself had become a being that surpassed humans. He recognized human desires for what they were and guarded against them. Things that a human would want to do, he resisted. Yeah, right. His eccentricity and rebellious nature had surely given him a rare genius. Making it possible for him to succeed in his exploits as he revived the Ushiromiya family in a single generation. This guy, I can't say too much because I'll spoil the story, but goddamn, this guy. This is my least favorite character, man. And he's supposed to be your least favorite character, though, when you play through this game. So, I mean, well done by the author. Well done. He's fucking slimy as fuck.
楽しませてもらうぞ。私の守りは完璧だ。前回のような無様はさらさぬぞ。
Oh, Beato! I still get a kick out of that line when he says it, though. The servants woke early. They had to open up the curtains, prepare breakfast, and complete various other tasks to welcome the guests to a new day. I'm still talking like Kinzo because I don't know who else is going to be talking. Goda was the most enthusiastic during the family conference. He had been told to concentrate his efforts especially on cooking, and he'd been specially exempted from several tasks that the servants must normally do. Goda, who was a show-off, seemed to be feeling particularly superior about that. He let Genji and the rest prepare the rest of the mansion, and worked on making breakfast in the kitchen. Genji split the work with Shannon and Kanon, and they carried out various tasks. Shannon headed to the dining hall and knocked. Last year, the family conference had continued into the early hours of the morning. It wouldn't have been odd if this year's conference had done the same, considering the possibility that they were still having a discussion inside. She knocked, but there was no response, so she opened the door and said, "Good morning." Good morning, good morning.
おはようございます。
おはようございます。
いらっしゃいませんか?
The room was cold and the conference seemed to have ended a long time before. Goodness gracious! There was a tea set on the table from which they had probably been drinking, arranged in a way that they would make easy to clean up. Cleaning up the tea was a servant's job. If the family members were extra generous and cleaned it up themselves, the servants would lose face. So it was truly a pleasant act of kindness for the family to only do this much. Their As she approached the table to claim it, she noticed something like a memo that had been left near the utensils and the cups. Since it was right next to the tea set, Shannon picked it up, naturally thinking it was a memo for the servant doing the cleaning. Written there was not a request, nor was it a thanks for preparing the tea. There was just a single word. Shannon looked at it blankly and read it aloud. The chapel? Okay. She got her marching orders. She got to go to the chapel. That's what we saw right before midnight. Around midnight. Everybody in the chapel talking to Beatrice. So I'm not sure who's talking here, but we're going to go with Battler. A small sound kept repeating over and over. Normally that sound would have been too trivial to be worth caring about. If only I could stop hearing it soon, I could go right back to sleep. Anyway, okay, she thought vaguely, who is it? Jessica? But no matter how much time passed, the sound did not end. It must be Jessica, I guess. It repeated over and over. Nah, shut the fuck up. The fuck is it? Banging on the door this whole fucking time? Let me fucking sleep. As soon as she realized that, she woke up. Someone was knocking. And she noticed it wasn't just a knock, it was the voice of Swell.
Rosa-sama.
Oh, it's Rosa. Okay.
Rosa-sama. Ohayou gozaimasu.
My bad. I didn't do Rosa's voice. Oops. I could have swore it was Jessica.
待って。今行きます。
It had been Genji's voice. Looking at the clock, it wasn't even 7 o'clock yet. God damn it. I'm trying to get my beauty sleep. This bitch motherfucking knocking on my goddamn door. What the fuck is going on here? It was clear too early to break the guests. Something happened that was bad enough to cause this. I had to get out my shotgun and fucking blow this motherfucker's full lead. She felt her sleepiness increasingly fade due thanks to the premonition of misfortune. She's always the one that's saying premonition of misfortune too, by the way. I mean, that's her fucking line. Every time it's Rosa's fucking point of view, it's the premonition of misfortune, and I only notice that because I'm doing her fucking accent every time it comes up. So, I mean, it's pretty cool to notice things like that when you do their voices like this, like the way I'm doing it. Well, Genji was a servant. Rosa had known him since her childhood days, so even though she was slightly defenseless in her pajamas, she opened the door crack and answered. She didn't mind letting Genji see all that goodness. That was her bodice. I say, ha! That's what I say.
Ohayou gozaimasu. 早朝から申し訳ございません.
You like what you see? Genji, you like what you see? I know you do.
はい。実は
Oh, he does. He said yes.
礼拝堂に
Hmm? Genji whispered something in Rosa's ear. For a second, it seemed Rosa couldn't understand what she'd been told. After having it repeated several times, she realized that apparently something strange had happened. Rosa closed the door for a second, changed her clothes quickly, and followed Genji towards the mansion. So we're not going to be told what the hell he said. Looks like. Okay. You know what's going to happen, guys. You already know what's going to happen. The chapel requires some explanation. It wasn't in the mansion, but in a grove behind it, a short walk's distance away. It had been built at the same time as the mansion, so though its walls had been repaired many times, making it look new from the outside, it was a very old building. Rosa dashed through the rain along with Genji. Just like the previous night, the rain was falling in earnest. Ernest P. Whirl. Hey, Vern. Eventually, the chapel came inside from beyond a thin grove. Just looking at it from the outside, it seemed like a place of dazzling beauty, where a pair of young lovers might want to get married. Not me, because I'm a fucking single mother, so we ain't talking about myself, you know that. However, Kinzo apparently viewed it as a very sacred place. So Rosa and her siblings had been given strict instructions not to approach it unnecessarily. Even though they were all grown up now, approaching the chapel for any reason still make them feel guilty. And also afraid, as if their father might get angry and hit them in the face. Now, didn't we see Rosa in the chapel last night, though? So she already knows they were in the chapel, basically, right? So it's not like she's fucking... I don't know why she's apprehensive of going back there. She already went there last night. That's what it said at 12 o'clock. She was there, right? What the fuck? Unless that wasn't her. Like, what the fuck's going on? The servants' silhouettes could have been seen in front of the chapel's entrance. Door to Shannon and Kanon, which meant that all the servants of the morning shift had gathered. A short while ago, Genji had spoken to Rosa, telling her what the situation was. However, without laying eyes on it directly, she definitely hadn't been able to understand. It was probably the same for all the servants gathered here as well. Without seeing it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have been able to understand what was going on. You got to see it with your own eyes, baby. We got to see something here. On the door at the entrance of the chapel was something very large, drawn with a creepy stringy paint that made one think of blood. Something like a creepy magical circle. The fuck? What in the fuck is this drawn over here? The servants looked at each other. Goda was the first to open his mouth.
申し訳ございません。普段はここへは立ち入りませんもので、いつ書かれたのかはわかりません。
じゃあ最初に見つけたのは誰？はい、
私です。
Sus. Shannon's the first person to see it. Sus. Always remember, guys, who's the first person to notice bodies? Who's the first person to find a fucking kill room? Who makes everybody aware that people are dead? If it's always Shannon, then Shannon's always sus. It was Shannon episode 1 too, by the way. No, it wasn't. Oh, I'm sorry. It was Kanon episode 1. Oops. It was Shannon episode 2. It's usually a servant, basically. That's my point. So just make sure you always make sure you know who's the one who finds the bodies every time. If it's the same person that always finds the same bodies, like in Among Us, that person is sus.
食堂へお茶の道具の片付けに行きましたら、礼拝堂と書かれたメモがあったもので。
Shannon held out the memo with a shaking hand.
誰の字？兄さんや姉さんの字ではないわね。
This is basically going to be the Rosa show after this, because Rosa is the one that takes center stage, just like Natsuki did in episode 1. So this is all Rosa, pretty much after this point, and I love it. This is Rosa like redemption arc here.
それで、あなたはここへ来てこれを見つけたのね。
はい。
ローザ様、これを。何？ハッピーハロウィン。
Kanon pointed out a single line of English written below the creepy magic circle. Until it had been pointed out to her, she thought it was just another part of the magic circle. Props to Rosa for knowing how to read English, right? There, the following words were written in English. Happy Halloween for Maria. My daughter? Happy Halloween for Maria? This creepy magic circle was for Maria, my daughter. Wait, go back to the surprise face here, hold on. Not the angry face. It's not going to do it, okay? It's not going to do it. Surprise face. Angry face. What the fuck? Okay, it does it when I don't want it to do it. It won't do it when I want it to do it. Angry. Surprise! Surprise! It's not doing it. Fuck it. Happy Halloween. Happy Halloween. Oops. Yesterday, only one person had said Happy Halloween to Maria. The key phrase matched. It was the Golden Witch Beatrice. Beato.
マリアは？あの子、いとこたちと一緒に寝てるはずよね。
確認して。申し訳ございません。マリア様のお名前が書かれていたことには今気づきました。
We can't read English, you know that.
まだ確認しております。至急。
何やってんのよ。私はマリアの様子を見てきます。それからクラウス兄さんたちにも知らせて、以後の対応の指示を受けて。
After saying that much, Rosa finally noticed that someone was her own rank in this family conference was the lowest of the 4 siblings. Uh-oh. Yeah, she just now realized. Why would they be going to Rosa first? Right? Think of why they'd be going to Rosa first. She's the last person on the list. Why has she been the only one called during an abnormal situation like this, when the other siblings hadn't been? Even if Maria's name had popped up.
はい、旦那様にご連絡申し上げようとしたのですが、お姿が見当たらず。
奥様もお部屋におられません。シーツの様子からすると、昨夜はベッドに戻られていないのかもしれません。
Rosa felt something creepy crawling its all up her back. Yeah, now you want to go inside the chapel. You want to go to Maria's room now, right? You see what's inside the chapel.
確認しようとしたのですが。
実は礼拝堂の鍵は特別でマスターキーに対応しております。
The master key.
一本だけある鍵でしか開けられないのですが、その鍵がキーボックスから紛失しているんです。
It's a chapel key, but the chapel key is missing. Interesting. She didn't want to get closer to the door with the creepy magic circle if she could. Rosa readied herself and approached, then tried pushing and pulling the knob. All she felt was the resistance of the sturdy lock.
入れる窓などがないか探してはみたのですが、もし中を確認するのでしたら窓を破らなければならないかと思います。
That seems like a locked room mystery right there. Doesn't it?
そんな許可
How are you going to lock the
私
ship
に出せるわけがないわ。
without the key to the lock available from the inside?
お父様の大切な礼拝堂なのよ。
At that time, the events of the previous day swirled around in back of Rosa's mind. That's right. When I met that witch in the rose garden, didn't she hand Maria an envelope? Oh shit. Good thinking. Yeah, there's no mistake. She did hand it over. When Maria tried to open it, the witch told her not to do it yet, and then she shortly said, "The time to open that will come soon." Rosa was sure there could be no mistake. The envelope Maria had received was the key to the fucking chapel. We all know it. Deductive reasoning, we all know it. After dashing back to the guest house, Rosa approached the cousin's room while hiding her footsteps, softly opened the door and peered inside. From the inside, she could hear the healthy snores typical of young peoples. There were 4 children, and Maria was there, sleeping soundly. After breathing a sigh of relief, she entered the room with quiet footsteps. She was after Maria's handbag, which was resting on the sofa. Maria always liked carrying her treasures around with her. Oh, why does that keep happening? She was probably imitating how her mother always carried her makeup with her. Of course, she was just imitating her mother, so everything on the inside was junk. In Maria's case, it was full of small occult items, notebooks, describing things of that nature and so on. Rosa had never been happy to see her daughter walking around with things like that, which weren't girlish at all, but however, trying to force Maria to stop had resulted in a big fight, so she decided to let it be. What is going on with this shit? Okay, this fucking game's fucking up for me for a second here. Why? Why is it doing it now? Fine, fucking 4 hours. Now it's fucking up. Hour 5, right? A western envelope with the crest of the golden eagle. When she took it out of the bag, she realized there was a heavy, vaguely cylindrical object inside. She could tell by its feel and its weight. There was no doubt. This was a key. After turning around and checking that Maria was still sound asleep, Rosa tore open the envelope and the contents spilled out into her palm. It was a key with an old and intricate design. This fucking game is fucking up on me. There you go. Why? Rosa gripped that key and dashed out. Rattler seemed to have noticed the sound, but after grumbling and turning over his sleep, he started snoring again. Lazy bastard. Hey, there was a surprise face. You can't re-reduce it. I don't know why.
この鍵、ひょっとして礼拝堂の鍵ということは。
これをどこで？はい。これが礼拝堂の鍵です。
That's fucking exactly. Rosa approached the creepy magic circle once again and put the key in the keyhole. That's what she said. There was a strong resistance. That's what she said. After resistance for a short while, it stopped resisting with a clunk. That's what she said. Squeaking with a noise that hurts one's ears. It slowly began to open. I'm not going to say it again. You know, you already know. You can apply all that to all that, basically. Her voice reverberated throughout the massive room. Of course, there was no answer. Ain't nobody alive in this room. You know this, baby. You already know this. We already know what's going to happen, guys. The first 6, who wasn't pictured, right? The kids are all alive. We already confirmed that. The servants, we didn't see Kumasawa, but we saw everybody else. Goda, we saw Shannon, Kanon, and Goda, whatever his fucking name is. And we saw Rosa. So, minus that, Kumasawa and the other adults are the only ones that are not accounted for. So it might be Kumasawa who's dead. It might be every other adult that's dead. But 6 people have to die. So you can count on your hand. 1, Hideyoshi 2, Eva 3, Rudolf 4, Kyrie 5, Natsuhi 6, Kraus. That's 6. I don't see any of those here. Maybe Kumasawa is 7, but I don't think Kumasawa's dead, to be honest. So I see 6 people dead, and they're all the fucking Ushiromiya siblings. So just putting it out there. It seems most likely. Kinzo killed his fucking kids, basically. Little fucking magic circle shit. And even on this rainy, unsettling day, it felt sacred for some reason. The servants timidly followed after Rosa.
Rosa-sama.
Rosa-sama.
Kanon noticed it immediately and pointed. Another magic circle. Over there was the altar. And the place that would normally have pastors preaching of the God's love. There was a table that shouldn't have been there. At first it looked like a dining table. There were actually gorgeous plates and utensils placed there, making it look like a child's birthday party or something. Upon closer inspection, the surrounding area had been decorated with pumpkins and black and orange ribbons. They were probably Halloween decorations. Okay. And there were people seated at the table. There were 3 people on each side facing each other, seated in chairs. So there's the 6. They could be recognized at a glance. Kraus and his wife, Eva and her husband, Rudolf and his wife. There's my surprise face. Oh shit! But if you want to be sure, you have to go even closer and check. Oh shit! It doesn't do it on command for some reason. But I'm wearing a surprise face though. And smiling. Because they seem almost like dolls. Dead dolls. Rosa and the rest had opened the door, entered all at once, and with the sound of many footsteps called out asking if anyone was there. And yet there had been no reaction. Even if Rosa and the rest assumed they had been ignored, you'd still expect there to be some kind of reaction. there hadn't even been that. So at first, it felt like someone had set down some dolls that greatly resembled those people. By now, it wasn't just Rosa, Shannon and Kanon, even Yoda. They were all fighting friendly with a creepy emotion that grasped their hearts. They're dead. They're all dead. Nissan. Nissan. As she walked towards the altar, she called out again, but there was still no reaction. Yeah, but now Rosa was sure of it. She was sure that these weren't dolls, but the people themselves. This is. They grew close enough to see clearly what lay on the table. It still looked like an adorable banquet, reminiscent of a child's birthday party. Plates piled up with sweets, cute pictures and drinks, all kinds of pumpkin-shaped ornaments. They were all decorated in a Halloween style. And while this probably wasn't the time to be thinking it, Maria would surely have been delighted to see all this. Yeah, she would. He'd go crazy, literally. That was the state of the table they sat in front of, apparently asleep. It's an eerie scene, as though small, fun-looking Halloween party had been stopped in time.
兄さんたち寝てるの?
No, they're sleeping. And when she approached even closer to them, she realized that there were snacks scattered all over the floor. Candies, cookies, sodas, chocolates, all with the heavily fantasy-themed packaging. They were all scattered across the carpet covered with blackberry and cranberry jam. And blood, motherfuckers! Blood, motherfuckers! Goddamn! Oh, Goda's fucking the first one to scream like a little bitch. Rosa and the rest finally realized what the situation was. It was a Halloween party. A Halloween horror party. A banquet for those not of this world. Crowds Natsuki, Eva, Hideyoshi, Rudolf, and Kyrie were seated in chairs, apparently asleep. But all dead. Every one of them was dead. How could you tell that they were dead and not simply sleeping? That was because they'd been vertically sliced open from the chest to their stomachs. Good Lord Almighty. Goodness gracious. Where's my surprise face at? I can't do it. I can't do it. 6 of them had sat down at a Halloween party before having their stomachs split open, killing them. And then the jam covered in the floor must be overflowed from their stomachs once they're stuffed themselves completely, right? Oh my god. No! The contents of their stomach had been scattered all over the floor. And that wasn't all. Out of their stomachs, it was almost as though they'd poured out. As those snacks had overflowed in from them. Goodness gracious. It's a little vicious, right? Candies and cookies, sodas and chocolates had poured out, stained with blood, and scattered all across the floor. What could have happened to cause this? It's almost as though their stomachs were stuffed full to bursting with sweets. And it all poured out when their stomachs split open. Okay, that's kind of a fantastical way to die. So, now you get a little bit of maybe a column in the witch category here. How are you going to kill 6 people at once? By forcing them to eat sweets until their stomachs burst open, right? That's a death that's going to be hard to set up for just one person. That's going to be really difficult unless you got some collusion with like multiple people. I mean, that's the only way to do that, I think. More than one person at least needs to set that shit up. If there's 6 deaths, there's 2 possibilities there. If it's not a witch, 2 possibilities. 1, the 6 people were in cahoots with the fucking person that's, in charge of killing them, and they all kill themselves, suicide themselves. Or 2, you can have multiple people help in killing all the 6, which means the only other persons other than maybe Rosa and the kids that would help with that, because they all have alibis, I guess, because they're all sleeping, I guess. Maria, Shannon, not Shannon, Maria, Jessica, George, and Battler, they all have alibis. All the servants might have to fucking gang up and kill all 6 of those fucking people all at once. That's the only other explanation. So you have 2 possibilities. Those servants did an uprising and killed them and made it look like a magical fucking kill. Or those 6 people killed themselves and for some reason made it look like a witch killed them. Like, that's the only way they can do that. Otherwise, why would 6 people die from just one person? If it's not a fucking magical witch, right? That's what you're looking at right now, guys. When it had been cut open with a knife, but outflowed from one of her favorite foods. But since she had been told what was inside, that deep red ketchup omelet rice poured out like bloody maggots, pulsing, dripping, slimy, pulpy, squelching. Ooh-wee! Ooh-wee! Yeah! The trauma of her youth was revived. Ooh, I like that line. The trauma of her youth? She did have trauma in her youth that she's not really saying yet. You'll learn what the trauma is later, but there's something traumatic that happened in Rosa's childhood that she kind of repressed, so she can't really remember it. And I kind of pointed it out earlier if you guys remember, but if you don't remember, don't worry. People that played this game know what I'm talking about. Rosa felt a monster raging inside her stomach as the acid started to rise. She's about to throw the fuck up. She's gonna puke! She's gonna puke! Unable to hold back, she threw it all up on the floor. She's gonna puke! Her empty stomach had nothing but stomach acid. Sitting in front of her was no fun Halloween party now. 3 couples were enshrined right there, their stomachs vertically wrenched open with a gooba. What the fuck was that? I don't even know what that was. So many snacks had been stuffed in their pulp and squishy. Blood and guts and sweets were overflowing onto the floor and bile, of course. Bloodstained, sticky, sloppy, pulpy. Sweet snacks that made your fingers stick together, gummy. But stained with entrails, sloppy, pulpy. What was that I stepped on just now? That didn't fit like a candy or a cookie or a soda or a chocolate? Felt like a fucking intestine. I'm scared. What did I step on? I can't even look at the bottom of my foot. It's somebody's fucking pancreas. God damn it. What a gruesome Halloween party. My God. From far away, it looked like truly beautiful, fantastical, and fun. But from up close, it was horrible, disgusting, and yet somehow still beautiful. I can kind of see that. Like from far away, it's like a Halloween like party and shit around a fucking chapel and a table full of fucking Halloween snacks and shit. And then you get up close, and you see the fucking split open stomachs and shit, and fucking the fucking candy just filling out the fucking intestines and shit. Somehow it's still beautiful, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. As far as a serial killer goes, that might be a beautiful kill, right? Maybe Dexter would like that, right? Rosa's wild thoughts tried as best as they could to escape her throat with a loud voice that was neither a scream nor a roar. My goodness. It took us a long time to get to this first kill, though. This is hour 5, guys. We just now got to the first kill. Hour 5 of day 4. First kill. So, it's been a while. We got there, though, guys. We got there. And the ambulance ain't gonna do shit, dog. Police, maybe. The word, so tied to reality, hadn't come out of Golda's mouth. Rosa and the rest probably have found themselves unable to escape the nightmare's party right now. But it wasn't because they thought the police might be able to do something. They didn't keep yelling about the police. They felt as though another seat might be set up at this demon's party and given to them. Their own chests felt like they were expanding unpleasantly from the inside, rumbling, churning, and it was surely because the candy was about to overflow from their stomachs. Rosa, once again tortured by a desire to vomit, threw her stomach acid up on the floor. Goodness. And then she searched to see if there were any candy in it. Oh no! Oh my god, dude. That is fucking, that's sick. That's fucking psychologically sick. I love that. She got fucked up so much, Rosa started throwing up, and I was like, oh man, is there candy in this fucking throw up? Because she saw all the fucking shit on the table. That's fucked up. That's a hell of a kill right there. Damn. Rosa called finally again, forcefully spitting out the stomach acid that had been burning in her throat. She realized that by now her whole body had been covered in a filth of sweat.
Genji さんとシャナンちゃん、お父様に連絡して指示を仰いでちょうだい。郷田さんはカノン君と一緒に行って警察に電話を。あと、南條先生に来てもらう。
Why even bring Dr. Nanjo here? It's a bit too late for medical care. I mean, you don't have to see what the cause of death is, at least, right? See if they didn't die just from having their stomach split open or something, with a knife or whatever. Servants accepted their orders and dashed outside. After watching them leave, Rosa once again stared at her siblings, with whom she spent good times and bad, and their partners. Though there could be nothing more tragic than the same, for some reason she was tempted to describe these fantastical deaths as beautiful. Interesting. See, that's the second time she said that it was a beautiful death. Interesting. And she hates fucking Halloween. I don't know why she would call this a fucking beautiful death. Like, that's the one thing she hates. Her daughter keeps saying Halloween shit, right? That's weird as fuck. Well, in honor of the dead people here, we'll go ahead and play one of my sound alerts here. See if it works.
What you say? That you only meant well, cause you did. What you say? That it's all for the best, cause it is. What you say? That it's just what we need. You decided this. What you say? What did she say? Some nuts keep falling out your mouth. It's sweet talk, music, people, speak no feeling.
What to say? Every time somebody dies, I'm playing that song. Just letting you know, guys. It's like the SNL sketch.
使用人室も厨房も空っぽだぜ。
I should have played that 6 times actually, but oh well. We'll just count that as one death.
一体どうしちまったってんだ。
Jesus Christ.
弱ったね、バトラ君。本当にローザおばさんだったのかい？
まあ、俺も寝ぼけてたから自信はねえんだが、明け方にローザおばさんが入ってきてマリアの手提げカバンを漁ってるような気がしたんだよ。俺はてっきりマリアの手提げに歯磨きのチューブでも入ってるんじゃないかなんて思って寝ぼけてて。
なんで歯磨きのチューブがマリアの手提げに入ってるんだよ。寝ぼけて夢でも見たに決まってんぜ。
Badler vaguely remembered Rosa entering the cousin's room. Also, when Maria woke up, before the rest of them, she started rampaging around, saying that someone had opened the envelope she'd been keeping safe. Putting 2 and 2 together, they figured that Rosa had probably come in and opened the envelope.
黄金の魔女様の封筒か。中に何が入ってたんだろ
う。わからないね。でもあの封筒はおじい様が新書に使う後宮家の家紋の入ったものだった。 親族会議と無関係なものが入っていたとは考えがたいね。
She hadn't let anyone touch him, but yesterday Maria had showed that envelope off to Battler and the rest a whole lot. So they remembered it well.
George の兄貴の言う通りなら相当重要なものらしいが、しかしそんな大事なものはどうして魔女様はマリアに渡したんだろうな。さっぱりだぜ。
Every once in a while, the refreshing morning atmosphere was completely wiped out by the sound of thunder. It was only natural. Since the moment they woken up, they hadn't met anyone else. It felt like only they were left, as if the mansion had become an empty husk. Not too wrong on that point. Jessica called out into the hallway, and eventually an answer came back. It came from the entrance hall. Hey, it's Nanjo.
Nanjo 先生だ。よかった。
Nanjo.
この島から僕たち以外が消えてしまったわけではないようだよ。
南條先生、おはようございます。すみませんが、うちの親たちとかどこに行ったか知りませんか？
Yeah, they're dead.
はて、私も今起きてこちらに来たばかりですからな。わかりかねますが、さて。
It was only natural. Nanjo was a guest just like the rest of them. He had come just now to pass the time in the parlor into a breakfast. He wants that free food, man. Oh, shut up, you little bitch. Stop whining in the morning. I'm trying to get over this headache. God damn it. Maria buried her face in Nanjo's plump stomach, sobbing and crying like a wee banshee. Nanjo could do nothing but be bewildered by this ruckus so early in the morning. Before he even had his morning fucking waking bake. Can smoke a spliff? Listen to this bullshit. Can't get jiggy with this, man.
Jessica, 誰か来るぞ。
From down the hall, they could sense people hurriedly running. They saw Goda and Kanon coming towards them. Normally, it would be disgraceful for a servant to run inside the mansion. And yet, Battler and the rest didn't think to even question that now. Maria's sobbing had become so unmanageable, they wanted to ask someone, anyone, where Rosa was. But the two servants seemed to have bigger things on their mind than Jessica, who was waving at them. Goda flew into the servant's room, and when Kanon noticed that Nanjo was there, he bowed and approached the doctor at a quick pace before whispering something into his ear.
何ですって？ローザさんが。
はい、ご案内いたしますので、どうかご同行お願い。
わかりました。
こちらへ。
Put that hand up. Without saying anything more than that, Kanon finally noticed Jessica and bowed to her. But he wasn't calm. He wasn't cool runnings! He dashed back down the corridor by which he had come, followed by Nanjo. By looking at how hurt they were, Battler and the rest realized that yes, something bad really had happened. They saw Goda do the door to the servant's room, which had been flung open. He was holding the receiver and violently pressing the hook. From that, they realized that he was trying to call a hospital or the police. In any event, he was trying to call someone because a serious emergency had occurred.
行ってみようぜ。
I'll go. Shut the fuck up! Shut up! The letter's gone, bitch. It's gone. It's not. It's not. You're wrong. They didn't know what, but something was happening. Battler and the rest chased after Kanon and Nanjo. And then we realized Kanon-kun had called Dr. Nanjo, but he hadn't called us. so we shouldn't have gone with him. I wonder if Alice regretted her ex's curiosity when she chased after the rabbits holding a clock. I guess that wasn't Nanjo talking, that was Bad Lip talking. So we'll stop the Jamaican accent there. It's fun. It's hard to stop. It's fun. Yeah, that's probably Bad Lip talking. Uh-oh. Rosa's trying to shield their young, impressionable eyes from this fucking massacre scene. Don't look! Jessica! Don't you do it! It's too late. Dead. Dead. Mother and father dead. 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 Oh, is Maria with them? Because Maria might fucking get a kick out of this scene, though. No, it's just the 3 teenagers, I guess. That's a little sick. So again, if you think this is like a human culprit, just imagine all 6 of these people willingly sat down and just let somebody fucking cut their stomachs open until they died and bled out, basically. Then their entrails were pulled out. They're fucking Kari, basically. It takes a while to die from that, basically, until you bleed out. So nobody apparently gave any resistance, unless they got drugged before that happened, whatever. Maybe the candy was drugged, I don't know. But whatever happened, all 6 of them fucking died pretty much at the same time, because not one of them would be able to fucking just allow somebody else to die in front of them without putting up resistance. So all 6 of them died at the same time. Either one person killed them all, or a group of people killed them all, or they all died willingly by themselves in a mass suicide fucking thing. Those are the options. If one person killed him, it's a magical kill. Point blank period. If multiple people killed him, it's the servants who killed him. Probably point blank period there too. Or they could just have done a closed door mass suicide. Those are the 3 options, because you had the key in Maria's possession the entire time. So there's only one way they can get into the chapel at that point. Uses the key from the envelope and then slip the key back into Maria's envelope while she's sleeping after the kill. The only person that can do that is the person who's in on the kill. Or they could have set up that fucking locked room before they gave the key to Maria. Then they had the door open, basically, at the chapel. Once they went inside the chapel, they locked the door behind them. Somehow, I'm not sure if there's a latch lock or if you have to lock it with a key. If it's a latch lock, they could have set it up easily, and then suicided themselves. Created a closed room, so then it looks like it's a magical kill because the key is in Maria's possession the whole time. So I mean, there's pretty much just 3 different ways for it to be done, and one of those ways is a magical kill. So otherwise, how would you explain the fucking key being in Maria's possession the whole time, and the door is fucking locked on the outside, right? You can't get outside without locking it from the inside. So either you locked it from the inside with the latch, or you locked it inside with the key, but the key is in Maria's possession, so we already know Maria didn't kill him, right? Like, you're done. And something happened, and then all 6 of them died at the same time. So that's something you gotta explain, basically. Like how all 6 of them were gonna die from just one person, unless they're a magical witch. That's what's being set up right now. Chikisou? It's great voice acting work right now. They already saw it, Nanjo. What the fuck, dude? You're a little late on that. Nanjo told the children to go outside, but nobody listened. She already told him before they went inside. Like, don't step inside. They just fucking stepped inside. ain't listening to her.
こんなもの見つけてはどこになる
Rose regretted her own carelessness. She should have realized that the children would eventually come here. She should have quickly locked up instead of standing around stunned. Too late now. Kill the children that come here. They had seen it. They'd seen everything. Surely at this moment, they were having the sight burned into their eyes. It's far more grotesque than the shocking meal Rosa had witnessed in her youth. Again, let me go back, because again, they keep talking about Rosa's youth, and there's some kind of a grotesque scene that Rosa saw in her youth. And it first started when Rosa met Beatrice in the fucking garden. So there's a hint that there's something to do with Beatrice and Rosa and Rosa's past that kind of involves something like grotesque, something fucking brutal. So I hope you guys are clocking all of these. That's the second time that, in this scene, that's the second time that we're comparing something grotesque to something Rosa saw in her fucking youth. Specifically in her youth. So, when she's a kid, something happens that Rosa witnesses that's fucking brutal. So again, just keep that under your hat, guys. That is a very important line. While she held Maria, who seemed to be too shocked to show any emotion at this gruesome scene. So Maria is there. Rosa cried for them and her parents. The four groaning and crying voices, their sadness continued to echo in the place that should have known God's love. Interesting that only 4 people are crying. Rosa's one of the 4. And then the 3 teenage kids are obviously crying for their parents. Maria is not crying because her parents are alive. And of course, this is a Halloween present to Maria, so she would not be crying. Let's see what she does, though. Let's see her reaction to this shit.
クソ野郎がまたかよまたこんな殺人をしかも今度やたらと凝った最高にふざけた殺し方をしやがって
This is the meta world. Meta chess world.
わらわはそんな嘆きより感謝の言葉が聞きたかったぞ。
感謝感謝と言ったかこのクソババアてめえ耳がいかれてやがるってんなら俺が両の耳を引き裂いてよく聞こえるようにしてやるぜ。
Does cutting off ears help you hear better? Okay, I didn't know that.
なんで俺がこの最高にいかれた殺し方にありがとうございますベアトリーチェ様なんて言わなければ
That's why there's that scene in The Usual Suspects, right?
前回のゲームでお前は自分の親の死に顔が見られないと嘆いたな。だから残したぞ。
No, shit. She left her fucking faces on. That fucking troll face that she has on right now. Ironic.
しっかり残した。よく拝んでおけ。間違いなく父親たちが殺されたことを。
Oh, she did that so they would know that they're dead. Okay.
そうかよ。そいつはサービス満点だぜ気に入った。
感情に任せて思考を止めるな。すでにわらわのゲームは始まっておるのだぞ。わらわは今回は綺麗に死体を残すことに決めた。なぜだかわかるか？前回のゲームでそなたがわらわの存在を否定するとき、こう顔面が潰され遺体の身元が確認できる。だから身代わりの死体を用意してアリバイを作った可能性が否定できない。
Which was true in that episode. There was maybe 1 or more fake corpses in that episode. I'll go ahead and spoil that right now. This episode, not so much so far. It looks like they're all dead.
その可能性が排除できない限り、人間犯人説は維持できる。
なんだと
さあバトラ、南條に検視を任せてよいのか？ ミステリーの古典では剣士の医者がグルというのが伝統なのだろう。
Yep, sure is. Ask yourself, if Nanjo is compromised, is what he's saying about these corpses true, or is he helping to cover up a fucking boss death? Who knows? It depends on if you think Nanjo's in on it or not. If he's in cahoots with like maybe Kinzo or whoever the real corporate is. If it's not Kinzo, is Nanjo part of that cover-up conspiracy? Who knows?
なら南條に剣士を任せるな。そなたが自らするがよい。間違いなく6人の死体が当人で、死んだふりなどでなく本当に死んでいることを十分に確認するがいい。お前の父親が母親が腹を裂かれて臓物を引きずり出されて殺されていることを腹に手を入れてその手触りで確認するがいい。
When she's saying that Battler's doing himself, she means the chess piece he's controlling, basically. So the chess piece in the game is the way Battler interacts with that chessboard. He's not actually there physically, though. He's in the meta world with Beatrice, arguing who is the fucking right magic or logic. Beatrice has gone full witch mode, full witch troll mode. Battler suddenly yelled. Tears were still dripping down, but as though scolding himself for being a sissy, he slapped his face hard several times with both hands. Even so, the tears wouldn't stop. However, he felt a hot blaze in both his eyes.
これだけの仕事を決めやがった野郎に金はがっちり返させていただくぜ。なら泣く時じゃねえ。自分のすべきことを考えろ。ああ、ダメだ。全然ダメだ。全然ダメだ。涙を流す暇があったら考えろ。涙腺なんかひるませる時じゃねえ。
Rather than genuine anger, maybe it was more of an evasive anger to blot out his sadness, sorry. However, it gave a little courage to George and Jessica, who'd been crushed by the sadness.
そうだ。僕たちが泣いても起こってしまった現実は変わらない。
It's true, but you have a little time to mourn at least. At least fucking 5 minutes, right?
じゃあどうすりゃいいんだ。私は父さんと母さんのために何をすればいいんだよ。
ローザ様。
郷田さん、警察はどうでした。多様の指示はいつ頃来られそうだと言っていましたか。
それが電話が故障のようでして。
Killer cut the lines.
非常用の無線機も試してはみたのですが、その天候のせいでしょうか、こちらも通じず。
They're completely cut off from society. Oh shit.
なんですって。じゃあ
Not a good
警
situation.
察に連絡がつかないということな
Not
の。
a good situation at all, guys. It's like in the first episode.
あいつが電話線とかに細工して警察に電話ができないようにしたんだ。
Oh shit, Sherlock. When she heard that the phones had been broken down, Jessica immediately decided that it was the work of that mysterious guest. Her eyes were bright red after so much crying, and they began to grow even redder. Rage. Rage!
もうキロの余地なんかねえぜ。全てが分かってる。そうだ、父さんと母さんを殺したのは誰だ。
Beatrice.
決まってるぜ。あ、気を来たとかいう魔女様に決まってる。襟首ひねり上げてやるぜ。
There you go.
チクショーチクショーチクショー。
Get you some, Jessica. Get you some.
お待ちなさい。郷田さん、カノ君、行って。
はい。お嬢様、お待ちを。
Covering her uncontrollable sadness with anger, Jessica ran outside, torn apart by emotion. Emotion song. Thinking about it hastily, maybe the mystery guest who arrived yesterday, Beatrice, was suspicious. However, in that instant, there was absolutely no proof that she was the culprit. I mean, she was probably the culprit. At this moment, she's just another guest, no more, no less. But Rosa, making a dope decision, was forced to stop this grass rampage. Dora and Kanon picked up on this and immediately chased after her.
誰にも招かれなかった客人ベアトリーチェが
I'm gonna say like 90% possibly. At least 90%.
ジェシカの気持ちもわかる。そう思い込みたい気持ちは誰でもいいから犯人ってことにして横っ面をぶっ飛ばしてやりたい気持ちがある。だがその前にはっきりと理解する必要がある。ベアトリーチェって何者なんだ。俺は顔すら見てねえぜ。
青ならお屋敷に大きな肖像画で飾られてたよ。あれだけ見てまだ覚えられないのかな。なんだよ
マリア、こんな状況で何がおかしいよ。
ベアトリーチェは魔女
Her mother's not dead. Maybe yours is.
そして黄金鏡の扉を開くための儀式がいよいよ始まったの。この6人はその生贄なんだよ。さあさあ始まるよ、魔女の宴が。今宵はハロウィン。魔女たちが今こそ祝い集う。
マリア、その気持ち悪
This
い
is the
声で
one
笑う
time
の
when
やめ
I'm
なさいっ
agreeing
てい
with
つも言って
Rosa
るでし
slapping
ょ。
the fuck out of that bitch in the mouth. You'll start laughing at somebody else's death. Time for the in the face. And that's it. The crisp sound of slapping Maria's cheek echoed through the high-ceiling chapel. That one I would fucking support wholeheartedly. I might stand in line after her to slap her next. At that point, are you fucking laughing at my father's death, bitch? Get your ass over here and give me a slap. What did the five fingers say to the fucking Maria face? They said, like that. That's what they said. Ever since it started raining yesterday, ever since the island was swallowed by the typhoon, it felt like though something was wrong. It was bright and sunny. It was bright and sunny when I arrived on Morganjima, but since I gotten up early and was sleepy, I took a nap. What the fuck is this? When I woke up, it had already started raining. Ever since that time, suddenly a mysterious visitor calling herself the Golden Witch Beatrice arrived, and it felt like I was sinking bit by bit into a bizarre world. What the hell happened while I was napping? Am I supposed to leave this island sealed off inside a different world? Where common sense doesn't apply? Who is talking, dude? Who is this person called Beatrice? Is this Kumasawa? Some unknown person trying to involve themselves with the inheritance problem just like our parents were freaking out about at dinner last night? Oh, this is Jessica. Or is the culprit this witch from the Legend of the Go, just like Maria said. Even if he set Jessica's temper aside, given the circumstances, it's probably safe to say this visitor person is the most suspicious. Oh no, this is Badler. I'm sorry, this is Badler. We must make our minds up based on that alone. Ah, it's useless. It's useless, it's all useless. Zen, damida! This is Badler, I'm sorry guys. Like my face with both hands again, cooling my brains before they overloaded. Even though it might have been a wasted effort.
これはおじいさまの
Where did that come from? On a tray piled up with sweets that decorated the table, George Aniki found a Western envelope that had Ushiromiya family crest done on it in golden leaf eagle, and it was unopened.
ってことはそれは親父たちが読んだものだったなら開封されてるはずだぜ。
その推理は正解のようだよ。書いてある。残されし者たちへって書いてあるよ。
それは犯人が残した手紙なの。
The 犯人。
中身は。
兄貴、開けようぜ。
After nodding silently, George Aniki broke the seal. A folded letter came out.
読むよ。六軒島へようこそ。私は金蔵様にお仕えしております当家顧問錬金術師のベアトリーチェと申します。
That letter really was a joke. This Beatrice, who called herself the family alchemist, had announced that she was collecting the gold she lent grandfather along with interest. and that interest was everything grandfather had created. This is the letter we already saw in episode 1, basically. Since this tragedy was right before our eyes, as this paragraph was being read aloud, it clearly wasn't referring just to the wealth that grandfather had built up. It was literal. Everything that grandfather had created. In other words, all of grandfather's descendants were included in the interest.
ふざけやがって。なんてめちゃくちゃな契約だ。黄金の利子は命だってのかよ。そんなのまるで悪魔の契約じゃねえかよ。それで魔女気取りってわけか。直せやがるぜ。
特別条項。ただし隠された契約の黄金を暴いた者が現れた時、ベアトリーチェはこの権利を全て永遠に放棄しなければならない。黄金の隠し場所についてはすでに金蔵様が私の肖像画の下に碑文にて公示されております。つまりこういうことだね。もしこの殺人が利子の回収行為だというのは、それを止める条件としておじい様に与えた隠し黄金を探し出してみろと。そしてその秘密は例の肖像画の碑文に隠されているとも言ってる。
つまりこいつは魔女様の挑戦状ってわけか。
Letter of intent。
黄金の隠し場所を記した暗号文を解けるものなら解いてみろと。そしてそれができなきゃ利子の回収をこの後も着々と進めていきますと。そう言ってぶっ殺してやる。上等だ。
バトラ君、これ
Table was covered with sweets. So even though those things were right out in the open, we just assumed they were sweets too. Man, come on, you see them a lot, right? You know those boxes of chocolate shaped like gold ingots? Oh yeah. The gold bar, chocolate bar, right? I've seen those things before. Especially around Halloween.
こりゃ本物だ。こりゃ本物の金塊だ。
片翼のわしの紋章が刻印されてる。前に母さんが話してたのを聞いた。これはおじい様の黄金伝説の金塊だよ。
Gold ingots were in a full 10 kilograms. A whole 3 of them were piled up in the very center of the table. So this might be what the adults were talking about when they were like, "Oh, I believe you," because Beatrice showed them 3 of these 10 kilogram gold ingots, I guess. That's probably why they're like, "Oh, okay, I guess I believe you now because you have the gold and shit in your possession. You have 3 bars. So yeah, you can be the fucking new head of the fucking Ushiromiya." That was a mistake, right? They shouldn't have said that. It was where a cake would be placed at his birthday party. In other words, this was without a doubt the birthday cake of the party known as the family conference. Okay, they wanted some gold. They wanted the gold enough to kill or die for it, either way. So they got it.
6000万円くらいの価値はある。
99.99% pure gold. That's worth a couple $1,000,000 each.
バカ野郎！安すぎる！俺たちの親が6人も殺されて、そこに積まれた黄金がたったの6000万円だと！バカにするんじゃねえ
！Time for another slap, this bitch.
どうせこの謎は誰にも解けないよ。だから絶対にベアトの勝ち。早く黄金鏡への扉を開いて、そしてマリアを連れてって。
I thought Rose was gonna slap the fucking taste out of her mouth again after that shit. Over here laughing, these fucking dudes' parents are dead. Like, come on, guys. I guess it's I guess it's the problem of how she got raised, right? That's gonna be funny for somebody like Rosa. Or, Maria, I'm sorry. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and end it right here, guys. Thanks for the raid, Macho the Third. Anybody that's been lurking, appreciate ya. Appreciate everybody that's been interested in this game. Again, I'm just playing it because I like this game and I got some free time today. I really can't do anything on one day off a week, which is all I get. So pretty much only had time to do laundry, and I'm right back at it again tomorrow morning. Double shift tomorrow, guys, and then of course it's Thursday, and then Friday, Saturday, Sunday. It's gonna be spring break weekend, so of course I'm working double shifts then too. So this is my time to unwind and relax a little bit. So appreciate you being here for the journey here. I don't know when I'll be back on again. It's not going to be this weekend though, but next time I will be continuing this game because it's going to be another random stream. Again, I'm not going to be doing Chrono Trigger until I get a set schedule again. Finish up that game. But we will be back with more Umineko, and it's going to be before the new season of Higurashi comes out, so stay tuned. Hope you guys enjoyed this installment of episode 2, Umineko no Nakokoro ni, the Golden Witch turn. This is her turn. It's not Battler's turn yet, it's her turn, so that's what that is referring to. Anyway, guys, hope you have a good rest of the week. Thanks for stopping by. Later!